So I'm going to go there. So guess where I am, guys? I'm in Philosophy Cafe. So this is cappuccino.
It's cappuccino.
I'm going to have my coffee. The best, guys. Oh my God! Ratu Boko is so beautiful. Wow! What is this?
Choro, the Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Christopher Tremawan,
Recording in progress.
University, Professor Rianti Jalante from ASEAN, Professor Rajib Shah, Keio University, Japan, Professor Dr. Nat Lilawat from University of Chulalongkorn, Professor Takako Izumi from Irides Tohoku University, and last but not least, we'd like to welcome all participants, leaders, fellow researchers, policymakers, as well as practitioners from various industries who are attending the event. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be explaining the schedule for today. We have 4 main sessions. First, we will have an opening remark, and then we will be followed by a keynote session, and then followed by a panel discussion, and then we finally have the parallel session in breakout rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants who are joining the online Zoom are expected to pay attention to the following matters. Please ensure to turn off your microphone during this session. Please do not share the screen during the event. And please change your Zoom name to this format: name, institution, role, for example, chair, tech committee, session committee, presenter, or participant. And if you have any questions, please enter your question into the chat box during the symposium. The MC or the moderator will pick up your questions for the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the reading of the safety induction of today's event. In accordance with the OHS requirements of Universitas Indonesia, we will be reading to you the safety inductions. As today's event is conducted online using Zoom platform, we would like to ask all participants to pay attention to the visibility of your PC, laptop, or your mobile device. Pay attention to the ergonomic aspects. Ensure your sitting position is safe during the session. Pay attention to the electrical hazards such as charger cable or switch around you. And if you attend this symposium together, please keep your physical distance. And last but not least, stay healthy during the COVID-19 pandemic, drink enough water, and practice the following: wearing masks, hand washing, physical distancing, avoiding crowds, and limit mobilization. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. This Thank you very much. For the next session, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Professor Ari Kunchoro, the Rector of Universitas Indonesia, to give his opening remarks.
Welcome. As you may know, 14% of the world natural disaster event and 90% of the world earthquake occur in the Asia Pacific. This region where disaster occurrence is more common than the other part of the world, improving the coordination and sharing knowledge across border is essential to deliver effective disaster reduction. As Rector of Universitas Indonesia, I'm delighted to invite and to welcome you all to the 16th APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium. This year, the 16th APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium 2021 is held online through a virtual platform due to the current global health condition, as well as various travel restrictions, both inside and outside of the country. In addition, we came up with the decision to host this symposium online from the 24th to 25th of November. because we believe that holding the conference through the virtual platform will not only ensure the health and safety of all individuals involved, but also to provide more accessible symposium for everyone across the globe. The objective of the 16th APRU Association of Pacific Rim University Multi-Hazard Symposium is actually to provide a platform which facilitates APRU member, partner, academic, policy leaders, government, and community for collaboration in disaster risk reduction and recovery. Indeed, it is also a forum to share expertise regarding disaster mitigation among some of the most vulnerable countries in order to establish more resilient region, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. During the symposium, I believe that the sharing of challenges and opportunities related to disaster risk reduction, as well as the panel sessions, can raise awareness of the current and future issues concerning disaster risk reduction. For the virtual symposium, a wide range of current topics in disaster management issues from multiple perspectives will be discussed in both keynote speeches and parallel sessions. We invite you to join this symposium to meet, to discuss, to connect, and to enhance professional network within the area of disaster risk management. We hope that you will enjoy the symposium while connecting with the international academic, policy leader, researcher, and students across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ari, for his remarks. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Christopher Tremone, the Secretary General of APRU, to give his opening remarks.
Welcome, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and to welcome you all. And may I begin by thanking Professor Ari Kunchoro, Rector of Universitas Indonesia, for his warm welcome. And thank all our colleagues at Universitas Indonesia for your support of APRU over many years and your strong contributions. And now for hosting this year's APRU Multi-Hazards Symposium. We're most grateful. This event was initially planned for last year, 2020, and obviously it was not possible due to the pandemic. And so now, after a lot of hard work, it's wonderful to be able to welcome you all and officially open the symposium today. So welcome to all of you, all participants from the Asia Pacific region and beyond. It's great to have you here. And the theme, as you know, is building partnerships for sustainable disaster risk reduction for all hazards. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a stark reminder that disaster risks go beyond natural hazards to include biological hazards like the pandemic and natural hazards which trigger technological disasters and chemical hazards. So the multi-hazard program, as a result of realizing the broad sweep of this issue, has implemented the all hazards approach as part of its ongoing work. So this focus will reflect that new emphasis. Over 250 oral presentations will provide an important contribution in strengthening the research and academic dialogue in relation to resilience and early preparedness for future pandemics and disaster management for all hazards. So we very much welcome this wonderful opportunity for many researchers, early career and others, to share research outcomes and exchange knowledge from many regions. I'd just like to share with you a little bit about APRU for some of you who may not be so familiar with us. You can see that we have 61 member universities from around the rim of the Pacific, from a number of countries and territories, I think 19 if you add them up. And it's wonderful to have that depth of that diversity and that research and education strength as well. And the relationship to local communities and their issues and to the well-being of our societies. The idea is that acting together, we can even go beyond our borders to producing solutions for internationally for global impact. So if you look now at the next slide, you can see that our objectives are indeed collaboration for global impact. And we see our value, and I think our members value us as a network for the unique connectivity we give them. And of course, as I've mentioned, the diversity of our geophysical locations and geopolitical coherence as a region. And therefore the expertise we bring to global issues. In the next slide, you will see that we have clustered our activities around particular themes. And I encourage you to go to our website to see all the wonderful wealth of activities in which our members and their partners are engaged. So just this is a summary of at a high level of the themes: digital economy, global health, multi-hazards, obviously, and biodiversity in the Pacific Ocean, population aging, sustainable cities and landscapes, and sustainable waste management. And it's immediately obvious to you that these all relate also to the Sustainable Development Goals. And we also operate at the policy level on AI, artificial intelligence for social good, and we have a number of other programs related there at the bottom of the screen, and other clusters of activities around shaping the higher education community in this new phase, and also creating leaders. So that's the sort of overview of our program challenges and our Asia-Pacific challenges. Finally, it is my pleasure to thank again our host, Professor Ari Kunchoro, Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Augustin Kusumayati, University Secretary, and Dr. Fatmi Lestari, Director of the Disaster Risk Reduction Center. And of course, to acknowledge and thank our old friends from Tohoku University who have contributed so much over so many years and lead internationally in the research community, Professor Fumihiko Amimura, Professor Osamu Murao, and Dr. Takako Izumi. Thank you so much. And again, to the participants, I wish you well and a very productive symposium. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christopher, for your opening remark. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Takako Izumi, the Program Director of APRU Multi-Hazards.
Thank you very much, Rafi, and distinguished guests, all the faculty and staff and students of University of Indonesia, and participants. Good morning. My name is Takako Izumi, Program Director of APRU Multi-Hazard Program and Associate Professor of the International Research Institute of Disaster Science under Tohoku University. I'd like to welcome all of you to the APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium, Building Partnerships for Sustainable Disaster Risk Reduction for All Hazards. I also would like to express my sincere appreciation to University of Indonesia by hosting this important event. And especially thank you to Professor Fatoma and her team who worked very hard to make this happen. And I'd like to explain very briefly about the multi-hazards program, and I will share some slides. So multi-hazards program was established in April 2013. So it consists of the several members of core group. So the core group members include UC Davis and University of Hawaii and University of Chile, Chulalongkorn University, National Taiwan University, and University of Philippines, Tsinghua University, and Tohoku University. So the program has two main objectives. First one is to harness the collective capabilities of APRU universities for cutting-edge research on disaster risk reduction. Secondly, to contribute to the international and regional discussions to make an influence in a DRR policy-making process. So far, we have four major core parts of the program. First one is research, and under this focus, we published a couple of publications, including book and also case studies. Then we also issue an international journal. It's called Progress in Disaster Science. So I hope you can submit your research results and outcomes to this journal. And for education part, we organize the multi-hazard summer school and also annual symposium. So the last 2 years, unfortunately, we were not able to host and organize the multi-hazards program and research symposium in person. But next year, I do hope we can welcome all of you to Sendai and or other cities who will be hosted and annual symposium. And also we try to strengthen our collaboration with practitioners. So we have MOU with IFRC, International Federation of Red Cross, for policy dialogue and advocacy and close collaboration. Then we also contribute to international discussions with some partners from UN agencies and also other international organizations. So we organized data science workshop together with UC Davis in 2019, and we try to participate in UN Global Platform on Disaster Risk Reduction and Asian Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction. We also host and organize World BOSAI Forum in Sendai every 2 years. So hopefully we will organize this World BOSAI Forum next year in Sendai, and we hope we can welcome you to this very important event. And in addition to that, and we also started a new collaboration with UCLA. It's called Architecture and Urban Design for Disaster Risk Reduction and Resilience. And another important program is Campus Safety Program. We organize a workshop every 2 years, and also we have very strong support from University of Indonesia, especially Professor Fatoma and also her team. And also we organized webinar series since last year instead of having in-person meetings. So far, we organized 13 webinar series, and we had more than 3,000 participants. So some of you may participate this event and webinar series before, and we really look forward to your future collaborations and participations in these events. So lastly, we will try to continue to strengthen the research capacity among the APRU member universities and provide a learning opportunity for students and faculty members, and try to work with other stakeholders such as practitioners, government, and private sector to make the best use of the research outcomes in practice. So I really look forward to meet you in person, and look forward to your participation in these activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Takako Izumi, for her kind remarks. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Raditya Jati from the Indonesian National Board for Disaster Management.
Yang sama-sama kami hormati Kepala BMKG Prof. Dwi Korita Karnawati, yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Indonesia Profesor Ari Kuncoro, SEMA PhD, yang terhormat Sekretari Jenderal APRU Dr. Christopher Teremawan, yang terhormat Ketua DRRC UI Profesor Dr. Anda Fatma Lestari, MSI PhD, yang terhormat para keynote speaker dari ASEAN, DRRC UI, Tohoku University, Cairo University, University of Hawaii, Kobe University, UN ITRI, dan UNESCO, para tamu undangan peserta the 16th APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium 2021 dan Bapak Ibu sekalian yang berbahagia. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa karena atas karunia-Nya kita dapat bertemu dalam keadaan sehat walafiat pada pagi hari ini dalam acara The 16th APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium 2021. Building Partnership for Sustainable Disaster Risk Reduction for All Hazards yang diselenggarakan oleh Pusat Pengurangan Risiko Bencana University of Indonesia. Kami sangat mengapresiasi adanya kegiatan ini sebagai memperkuat sharing knowledge terkait upaya pengurangan risiko bencana dan penanggulangan bencana. Kejadian bencana saat ini wilayah Indonesia merupakan ring of fire terletak di 3 lempeng tektonik utama yang aktif, yaitu Eurasia, Pasifik, dan Hindia Australia, mengakibatkan Indonesia rawan bencana, seperti gempa bumi, tsunami, erupsi gunung api. Selain itu, Indonesia terletak di Khatulistiwa, berbentuk kepulauan mengakibatkan rawan bencana banjir, banjir bandang, kekeringan tanah longsor, kebakaran hutan dan lahan, cuaca ekstrim, dan gelombang ekstrim. Kita ketahui lebih dari 60% total perhitungan proyeksi kerugian Asia Pasifik termasuk Indonesia berasal dari bencana hidrometeorologi. Dari data DB BNPB per 20 November 2021 tercatat 2.498 kejadian dengan mendominasi kejadian banjir, banjir bandang, tanah longsor, dan cuaca ekstrim. Ini artinya bahwa sebagian besar, 98% kejadian bencana di Indonesia khususnya disebabkan oleh hidrometeorologi. Di samping itu, arah dan gambaran kecenderungan bencana global ke depan pun cenderung akan meningkat. Karena pengaruh beberapa faktor seperti 1, meningkatnya jumlah penduduk, 2, urbanisasi, 3, degradasi lingkungan, 4, pengaruh perubahan iklim global dan menghambat upaya kolektif dan individual dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan. Tidak bisa dipungkiri, intensitas dan kompleksitas bencana di era modern ini telah menimbulkan korban jiwa, kerusakan, kerugian besar, serta sangat mengganggu aktivitas dan produktivitas, baik untuk keberlangsungan dunia usaha dan kehidupan masyarakat. Oleh karenanya, penanggulangan bencana merupakan urusan semua pihak, dan pentingnya kita semua memahami risiko dan berbagi peran dan tanggung jawab bersama mulai dari pra-bencana, saat bencana, dan pasca bencana untuk melakukan kolaborasi aksi pengurangan risiko bencana. Melalui perencanaan dan implementasi pengurangan risiko bencana, kerugian yang memiliki kecenderungan meningkat dapat dikurangi. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin sekalian, mempertimbangkan adanya peningkatan risiko bencana dan lanskap baru kebencanaan, pemerintah Indonesia secara terus-menerus melakukan pengembangan strategi pengurangan risiko bencana secara progresif, yang utamanya melalui peningkatan komitmen politis berkelanjutan yang diwujudkan melalui integrasi agenda pengurangan risiko bencana dengan kebijakan pembangunan nasional, yaitu Peraturan Presiden Nomor 87 Tahun 2020 tentang Rencana Induk Penanggulangan Bencana atau yang biasa disebut dengan RIPB tahun 2020 hingga 2044. Pada tahun 2020 telah diterbitkan kebijakan pemerintah menjadi dasar penyelenggaraan penanggulangan bencana jangka panjang. Ini adalah kebijakan pertama kali yang disampaikan dan dicetuskan di Indonesia khususnya, dan mungkin di beberapa negara baru pertama kali ini ada jangka panjang tentang pengurangan risiko bencana atau penanggulangan bencana. Dan kita ketahui kebijakan tersebut adalah RIPB 2020 hingga 2044 nomor 87 tahun 2020. Kebijakan RIPB berlaku dalam jangka waktu 25 tahun yang terdiri dari 5 tahap dengan jangka waktu implementasi per 5 tahunan. RIPB diimplementasikan melalui Perencanaan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana melalui atau biasa disebut dengan Renas PP. RIPB juga merupakan bahan masukan penyusunan RPJMN dan RPJMD serta perencanaan sektoral terkait. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin sekalian, visi pembangunan bencana dalam RIPB 2020-2044 adalah mewujudkan Indonesia tangguh bencana untuk pembangunan berkelanjutan. Tangguh bencana bermakna bahwa Indonesia mampu menahan, menyerap, beradaptasi, dan memulihkan diri dari akibat bencana dan perubahan iklim secara tepat waktu, efektif, dan efisien. Tujuan RIPB 2020-2044 adalah meningkatkan ketangguhan pemerintah daerah dan masyarakat dalam menghadapi bencana, serta mengurangi risiko bencana dalam jangka panjang. Sementara sasaran dalam RIPP meliputi yang pertama, kerangka peraturan perundangan yang kuat dan keterpaduan kelembagaan yang adaptif dalam penanggulangan bencana. Yang kedua, peningkatan investasi, kesiapsiagaan, dan pengelolaan risiko bencana sesuai dengan proyeksi risiko bencana. Yang ketiga, peningkatan kualitas tata kelola penanggulangan bencana yang profesional, transparan, dan akuntabel. Yang keempat adalah penanganan darurat bencana yang cepat dan handal. Yang kelima adalah pemulihan infrastruktur, pelayanan publik, dan penghidupan masyarakat pasca bencana yang lebih baik dan aman. Dalam mewujudkan tujuan dan sasaran RIPP 2020-2044, disusun strategi meliputi yang pertama, meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas sumber daya manusia dalam penanganan darurat bencana. Yang kedua, meningkatkan kesiapan dan keandalan logistik dan peralatan penanganan darurat bencana. Yang ketiga adalah mengoptimalkan pengelolaan bantuan masyarakat dalam penanganan darurat bencana. Yang kelima adalah penguatan kualitas kelembagaan dan penggunaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Dan yang keenam adalah mempercepat pemulihan sarana dan sarana vital. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin sekalian, ilustrasi di atas telah memberikan logika penting bahwa mari kita berinvestasi pada pengurangan risiko bencana, pada prabencana secara fokus dan inklusif dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan agar dampak bencana timbul dapat ditekan. Dampak ekonomi bisa lebih murah dan bermanfaat bagi berkeberlangsungan usaha serta manfaatnya dapat langsung dirasakan oleh masyarakat. Oleh karena itu, untuk mendukung kemajuan-kemajuan dalam upaya penanggulangan bencana ini diperlukan komitmen yang kuat oleh multi pihak. Bencana adalah kejadian atau rangkaian kejadian yang menyebabkan korban jiwa, korban luka, kerusakan, dan kehilangan harta benda, atau secara lebih besar adalah kerusakan hasil-hasil pembangunan yang terhentinya kehidupan sosial ekonomi serta degradasi lingkungan. Dunia yang semakin kompleks, kegiatan apapun tidak lagi mengandalkan ingatan pelaksana atau pelakunya. Apa yang harus dilakukan adalah mengelola pengetahuan, salah satunya adalah melalui simposium ini. Harapan kami, simposium ini dapat menghasilkan rekomendasi kebijakan untuk memperkuat kebijakan pengurangan risiko bencana di Indonesia. Bapak, Ibu yang terhormat, saya ucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada para peserta yang telah berkontribusi dalam mensukseskan kegiatan ini. Saya juga berharap seluruh peserta simposium ini dapat aktif memberikan sumbangsih yang bermanfaat dan berdaya guna dan membawa kebaikan bagi kita semua. Sekian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Om Santi 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 Om Namo Buddhaya.
Recording
Salam
stopped.
kebajikan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raditya, for your kind remarks. Now we move on to the next session in today's event, which will be our first keynote session of the symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the first keynote session, I would like to welcome our esteemed moderator, Professor Nat Lilawat. Good morning, Professor. It's good to have you here.
Good morning, Mr. Lafi, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Professor. Before we move on to our session, I would like to introduce Professor Nat is a lecturer of the Department of Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Risk Disaster Management Program, Graduate School, Chulalongkorn University. And he is the head of Disaster and Risk Management Information Systems Research Group of Chulalongkorn University. His expertise includes subjects such as management of information systems, disaster and risk management, and business continuity management. Without further ado, welcome, Professor, and I leave the next session to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this is one of the part that you are waiting for during these symposiums. It's the 1 hour time that will be very fantastic for you to learn the experience and talk from 3 experts during the day 1. Today, we are going to have the keynote from the expert from the Universitas Indonesia, from the UNESCO Office Jakarta, and from the
Recording in
Tokyo
progress.
University. Okay, not to waste the time, I believe you are waiting for. So I would like to invite the first keynote speaker for today, Professor Dr. Fatma Lestari, the Director of the Disaster Risk Reduction Center, Universitas Indonesia, as well as the chairperson of this 16th APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Fatma Lestari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me, Nat?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining our symposium today. My talk is today about building partnerships for sustainable disaster risk reduction for all hazards. Let me introduce myself, Fatma Lestari. I'm from Disaster Risk Reduction Center, Universitas Indonesia. This is the outline of my talk. I would like to share about a background, how our strategy to increase partnerships for disaster risk reduction, our programs, our research, as well as community empowerment program. Pandemic COVID-19 has taught us many things. Building partnerships for sustainable disaster reduction, addressing all hazards is the goal. Strong collaborations with government, private sectors, industry, community, and media is needed. Addressing all hazards in all sectors, BNPB, local government, education, tourism, and all ministries are necessary. These are our strategy. We provide online learning done via interactive apps or live online classes. We call it, our platform is EduRisk. A strong collaborations, organization unite to help with a better education. All hazards, we are addressing all hazards. We are multidisciplinary from various faculty members. And of course, we provide no one left behind. The inclusion of elderly, people with disability, youth, and children. This is our online platform for disaster risk reduction. The platform is developed to address the need for the education of COVID-19 during the pandemic COVID-19. Several courses has been opened for public in Indonesia, throughout the Indonesia, to people learn about the important issues of COVID-19 as one of the problem solution for community and also for the medical personnel. This platform can be accessed through the apps or through the online platform. And at the moment, there are more than 9 courses with different topics, including the emergency and disaster management in COVID-19 in a hospital, and other important topics, including how to manage stress for the medical personnel. Also, the resilience and coping strategy for the family, reducing stress with relaxation. So please join our courses in this platform. This is the online link. Another strategy is to include the disaster education through games. We collaborate with the Ministry of Education and Higher Education to provide several edu games for COVID-19 risk education and communication. We also serve for private industry and sectors, especially for the oil and gas sectors, for the tabletop exercise, for incident command system and incident management team. So by using this one, the leaders for the oil and gas sectors can learn about how to respond during the oil and gas emergency situation. The concept that we use is with incident command system. We also provide after action review and facilitate with Lombok's leaders after the Lombok earthquake. We evaluate together with all the leaders in Lombok to evaluate the lessons learned from Lombok earthquake. We also contribute to ARDEX, Asian Regional Disaster Emergency Response Simulation Exercise. This exercise involves the NATEC scenario and also multi-sectoral partnership. For increasing the crisis management leadership within the industries, we also provide crisis management leadership training in collaboration with oil and gas sectors. This is the example of the crisis management leadership in an effort to increase the leadership during the crisis. During the pandemic COVID-19, we collaborate with Indonesian National Disaster Management to provide a documentation during Indonesia experience for COVID-19 control. These books evaluate and also document it at national level of COVID-19 handling and control in Indonesia, and also provide information and documentation with a unique and also creativity from the local government, 34 provinces in handling of COVID-19 in Indonesia. And also we lessons learned from the some countries that has been control COVID-19 better. With Jakarta province, we help them also to conduct fire risk mapping to better understand which area which has a higher risk of fire risk. This is intended to reduce the frequency of the fire events in Jakarta. As we can see on the right map, the highest concentration will be described in the red dots. The more red dots is the highest frequency of Jakarta fires event. So by using the fire risk mapping, Jakarta province will know which area is the highest fire risk. So this all research result will be presented in this symposium into more details. In an effort to provide food during the emergency, we collaborate with the local government to provide research on food resilience in disaster area, particularly for the coastal area, by creating a broccoli, soybean, and mangrove food bar. This is also provided nutritional for elderly and also for the disaster victims. We collaborate also with Ministry of Health by providing the apps adopted from WHO to determine the hospital readiness in disaster. This is evaluating the structural, non-structural, and disaster management under the EduRisk Hospital Safety Index. We provide also the apps so the Ministry of Health and the hospital know exactly at which level they are within in readiness for disaster. This work also collaborates with Indonesian Association of Occupational Health. The last part, in our effort to reduce disaster risk in tourism sectors, we provide community empowerment programs to increase the knowledge and skills for the tourism sectors in terms of emergency and disaster management. I think that's all my presentation today. Thank you very much, Professor Nat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Fatma. And yeah, it's very impressive activities and work that you show to us today. We can see that you also combine with some technology in order to help the disaster risk reduction. Okay, based on the question before we have some questions. I think I would like to pick the English question because I'm sorry I cannot read the Indonesian language. So the question that left from the floor, one of the person would like to ask Professor Fatma about the planning and disaster management, including the COVID-19 in Indonesia. When and how that this will be solved? Can you answer this question, Professor Fatma?
All right. In Indonesia, at the moment, we already down the pandemic curve. So with about 100, approximately 100 daily cases. So I think based on our information in spokesperson of COVID-19, planning disaster management include COVID-19 in Indonesia is already involved for disaster management. Maybe previously it hasn't been, or it has been separately between natural disaster and health disaster management by different ministries. But I think now Indonesia already gathered both sectors together to get also to involve also the planning for disaster management by including pandemic COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. And may I have the last question for Professor Fatma? The question is, how is the disaster management in the city of urban in Jakarta with many satellite cities in the agglomeration area like Bogor, Depok, and others?
Yeah. We have a public safety center with the number 112, the phone number, or 119. So 119 for specifically for medical emergency response, while 112 is more like a generic emergency number. And for urban in Jakarta and other satellite agglomeration situation, I think we can use this disaster number, emergency number. And for specifically disaster, it is under the local government. We call it local government disaster management agency. This is part of the local government, and they are focusing on the disaster management in urban and other satellite agglomeration area.
Okay, thank you, Professor Fatma. And I think because your topic is very important, interesting, that's why we still have more questions. But I think it's a time that we should move to the next presenter. So maybe Professor Fatma, you can answer the question in the chat to the one who asked you the question. Thank you so much, Professor Fatma. And
Thank
then
you.
we will move to the second keynote speaker, Mr. Adito Kodijat. He is an ocean expert, and he is the head of the Indian Ocean Tsunami Information Center of the UNESCO Office, Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kodijat.
Thank you very much, Nat Leela, for the introduction. Good morning to everybody. Good afternoon if you are on the different time zone. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and it's our honor to actually introduce what UNESCO is doing related to disaster risk reduction. So if I may, I will share my screen. I hope the screen is visible and I'm audible.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. So I will introduce a little bit about UNESCO in disaster risk reductions in UNESCO. And this is not pertaining only for our activities in Jakarta, but it is basically UNESCO as a whole. So UNESCO, we have about 193 member states as a member of the UNESCO as the organization. In addition, we have also 11 associate members, and in each of these member states, usually we have what we call the national commissions. And so far, we have about 199 national commissions all over the world working with UNESCO. And this is basically a very strong and beneficial partnerships. In addition, throughout the world, under this about 167 countries, we have about 1,073 UNESCO designated sites, either cultural heritage, natural heritage, geopark, and other heritages that we actually include to manage. And some people understand this is a part of culture and so forth, but actually when we talk about disaster risk reductions, it is cross sector. So our disaster risk reductions is basically covering all the sectors of UNESCO, which is education, science, culture, and communication. So there are a lot of potentials in partnerships, and we usually do partnerships, especially in delivering UNESCO's principal roles. And we have 5 principal roles, which is policy recommendations, capacity building, knowledge sharing, standard setting, as well as pilot implementations. And UNESCO cannot do it by itself. UNESCO needs to partner with whomever in the countries to actually deliver these activities. So it can be with universities, it can be with research institutes, it can be with national and NGOs or private sectors and so forth. And basically, we do most of our activities is related to policy developments, capacity buildings, as well as building network. I'm not going to go through in details as I have a lot of things to say, but I'm sure the presentations will be shared by the organizer. So UNESCO itself, we have our head office, of course, in Paris. We have 26 national offices throughout the world. We have 22 regional offices and 4 regional offices. And in Jakarta is actually, we are a regional office for science that covers for Asia and Pacific. And this is the one which is very interesting because UNESCO, we work a lot with universities, and we have programs, what we call UNESCO chairs, as well as uni-twins or universities as a twin partners. And we have more than 172 UNESCO chairs related to natural science. So again, this is only natural science. If we involve culture, communications, education, and so forth, the UNESCO chairs within the universities are many more. But as you can see, most are still in Europe and North America. So we are really encouraging universities as professors in Asia Pacific to actually also participate in becoming these UNESCO chairs or UNESCO twins to increase the numbers of UNESCO chairs and UNESCO twins within the Asia Pacific region. In UNESCO Jakarta office itself, as I mentioned, disaster risk reductions within UNESCO, it is a cross sector. But when we talk about UNESCO specifically for geohazard, it is under science, which is under the earth science and geohazard risk reduction. In Jakarta office, we are actually under 2 sectors, under science and under IOC. So under science, we actually cover the Asia Pacific region and also the 5 cluster countries, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Timor-Leste. And for under the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commissions, we are focusing more on tsunami as the hazard. And our area of responsibilities is for the Indian Ocean, in which that we have 25 members. UNESCO, in working on disaster risk reduction, we have 8 thematic areas. So we are focusing on these 8 thematic areas. The first one is science, technology, innovation for resilience. The second one is early warning system, built environment, education and school safety, disaster risk reduction for culture and sites, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, post-disaster response, and risk governance and social resilience. And if you see number 7, which is the post-disaster response, unfortunately in UNESCO Office Jakarta, we don't have the capacity nor the resources to do post-disaster response. So we are basically focusing on the 7 thematic areas as it shows on the screen. So I'm going to go through a little bit on each of the thematic areas, and I'm going too fast because I know that the time is not too much. So in science, technology, we actually work on different scientific networks. So we have the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program. We have the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commissions. We have the International Geoscience Program, as well as Man and the Biosphere. So we work through this network in terms of delivering disaster risk reduction activities, basically strengthening the science, engineering and technologies of, when we talk about disaster risk reduction, specifically on disaster risk reduction. We have like a Sandwatch programs, which is it is an action oriented in terms of providing a tool based observation and analysis, focusing on adapting the strategies for climate change and disaster, and we are focusing on coastal hazard in these Sandwatch activities. We are also working with the Asia Youth and Young Professionals in Science, Engineering, Technology, and Innovation for Disaster Risk Reductions, which is U-Inspire. And we have a very strong network of U-Inspires within in the Asia, not much in Pacific, but more or less in Asia. And it has become a very good platform as well as examples. In early warning systems, we work on 5 early warning systems for earthquake early warning system, tsunami early warning system, flood, drought, and harmful algae blooms, which is under different sectors of UNESCO IOC. And we focus in promoting the sustainable and monitoring early warning system, educating communities about early warning as well as the hazard, as well as contribute to member states in terms of hazard assessment. In built environment, we have developed tools for built environments. So we actually assist in technical regulations in building, for example, building codes, standard for building materials, regulations and constructions, as well as in developing for social systems like building control, land use control, retrofitting policies, and so forth. So this is a part of the built environment. And our activities is there are 3 activities. We are working on disaster risk informed policy, on building design and engineering regulation and standard codes, which is looking into the secure, safer new buildings, as well as risk informed on policy making. We have the visual inspection for defining strategies for upgrading strategies, which is basically focusing on school safety. It's called VISUS, and it is basically also working under the comprehensive school safety. And another program, which is the International Disaster Resilient Architecture, which is looking into the vernacular architecture constructions, how actually it responded to disasters. In education, we developed more or less many education materials, and we have a network of what we call the Associated School Network, or ISPNet. We have about 11,000 members already, and we have developed these materials for students, for teachers, as well as for parents. And we are also working under the Global Alliance for Disaster Risk Reductions and Resilience for education sectors, jointly with UNICEF and other international NGOs. In disaster for UNESCO, for designated sites, as you know, there are about, we have about 1,000 UNESCO sites all over the world, and about half of it is actually exposed to a natural hazard. So we are working in terms of strengthening the capacities as well as the capabilities in risk reductions, as well as response to the natural hazard in UNESCO designated site. And this can be a cultural site, natural sites, a geopark, or other types of sites within UNESCO. So we have in Indonesia, we are working with the BNPB in integrating the heritage data into the national hazard map. So we actually include the heritage data in the INARISC of the Disaster Management Office in Indonesia. And we are now working on disaster reduction and climate for designated sites. So we are conducting a lesson learned on 40 UNESCO sites from China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Nepal, Pakistan, and the Philippines. In ecosystem, we work based on 3 pillars. We work on advocacy to support the global campaign on scaling up the eco-DRR. We provide science-based evidence of nature-based solutions for eco-DRR in UNESCO designated sites, and we provide capacity building in demonstrating eco-DRR solutions in different UNESCO sites, as well as on eco-disaster risk management. So what we work, we have programs called Operandum, which is the open air laboratories on nature-based solutions to manage environmental risk. Most of the activities are in Europe, and we are trying to expand this Operandum activities to the different regions, taking UNESCO designated sites as an open air laboratory for nature-based solutions on disaster risk reduction. On risk governance and social resilience, as I mentioned, we have several programs. We have the Asia Pacific Youth and Young Professionals in Science, Engineering, Technology, and Innovation for disaster risk reduction. And here we work basically with youth from different countries. And through this program, 11 countries in Asia has established what they call the U-Inspire, which is the Youth and Young Professionals in Science, Engineering, Technology, Innovation for Disaster Risk Reduction platform. And it already exists in Afghanistan, China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Maldives, Malaysia, Nepal, Pakistan, Thailand, and the Philippines. And I really encourage university students who is interested in disaster risk reduction and science, engineering, technology, and innovations to be part of this platform, because it's a very strong platform and very influential and have a lot of global network. And one of our activities at present related to this youth and young professionals is related to the future thinking on disaster risk reduction. So we have a series of activities related to future thinking on disaster risk reduction. We had several what we call the future literacy laboratories. We have the Future of Disaster Risk Governance 2045. We have the Future of Disaster Knowledge 2045. And in February, we are going to have another Futures Literacy Laboratories on Futures of Human Behavior 45. And this is another activities that also you can engage, especially for the youth and young professionals, especially for youth students. So I hope I'm not taking too much time. I know I'm going very, very fast, but the presentations can be shared to those who are interested. And if you are interested to find out more, you can contact me through my email. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kodijat. Because time is running, may I have one short question for you? Because these tasks are very significant and it requires a lot of the discipline and the help from many organizations. As you mentioned, that it should be the cross organization and discipline. I would like to know the challenge that the UNESCO have to encounter when organize this kind of activity. Can you share some example for us, please?
Yes. There are a lot of challenges, of course, as you know, and one of the main challenges is, of course, resources, because there are within UNESCO, there are a lot of technical expertise, there are a lot of knowledge already. And when we partnership with different organizations, with universities and so forth, there are more abundant of knowledge and expertise, which actually can be used to contribute in terms of disaster risk reductions. However, to be able to do those functions, for example, policy recommendations, for standard setting and so forth, we need additional resources. So, and UNESCO is not a funding agency. So, and that's why we work in partnerships where we can actually also share the responsibilities of resources and so forth. So, and sometimes we work together trying to find additional resources to enable us to actually deliver what is needed in the different countries.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kudisha. Actually, you still have more questions run to the floor. Maybe can you help typing the answer to those who asked the question for you, please? And thank you so much, Mr. Kudisha, for your talk.
Thank you.
And then we come to the third keynote speaker today, which is Professor Dr. Fumihiko Imamura. He is the director of the International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University, and he is a well-known global expert in tsunami engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Imamura.
Thank you very much in my introduction. So I'm very pleased to join the keynote lecture today. Many participants today. So I am very happy. So let me start my talk today to share our experiences in the time of the 2011 Tohoku earthquake tsunami. So we need the lesson learned for the resilient society in the futures in the world. So just go back to the 10 years ago, Tohoku, we have the large earthquake magnitude more than 9 nearby the Sendai city. It is the also earthquake and tsunami prone area, but it is the biggest, never our record in Japan. And after shock continued, even this year, 10 years passed, but February, March, May, another aftershock continued, following the sometimes tsunami, the magnitude more or less 7 caused the damages. And at that time, after the earthquake, we have the major tsunami was generated. The JMA, Japan Medical Agency, make issue and warning to let people evacuate immediately within 3 minutes. It's very fast. And the tsunami reached to the coastal area after the earthquake, 20 or 30 minutes, still some time for the people to evacuate. And many tsunami attack to the coastal area and continue for 2 days. So as mentioned, the JMA, Japanese government, provide good tsunami warning system at the time as a non-structural measures. So whenever earthquake happened, we can get information of the magnitude and location. And if it is more than the magnitude 7, we shift to the tsunami warning to provide tsunami height and arrival time by using the database with the many simulation with the scenario before. So it is one of very advanced information. So what happened at that time? So 3 minutes after, we have the information of the tsunami height, 6 meters in Miyagi, nearby the Sendai, and 3 meters in Iwate and Fukushima. But actually, tsunami was so large than this estimation because of the underestimate of the magnitude at that time, only 7.9, actually 9. So it means is almost 100 times smaller than the actual earthquake. Due to this condition, we have the low accuracy of the information. But fortunately, we have the real-time observation offshore by using the GPS and buoy. So we can get updated information. So it changed 6 meter to 10 meter, 3 to 6 meter like this. So over the time, accuracy improved, but not in the time for the people evacuation. So it is a trade-off. So it is very difficult problem to solve. So now, after the 2011, Japan's government installed a new system of the earthquake tsunami detection offshore directly. So we have the 150 stations connected by the fiber cable offshore the Tohoku and Hokkaido. So whenever earthquake and tsunami happened, we can get more accurate information. And we have the triple disasters. So last one, as you know, a nuclear power plant failure in Fukushima. It was the worst, one of the worst nuclear incident triggered by the earthquake and tsunami, temporary access by the level 7, it is worst. Still, we are fighting by the decommissioning work and it continues. So after the such earthquake tsunami, what university did, let me show. The Tohoku University, one of the university in affected area, proposed a new institute of disaster reconstruction and regeneration research here. We have 8 major projects. One of them is IRIDES, our International Research Institute of Disaster Sciences, and other are community health, environmental energy, ICT, marine science, etc. So, and more than 100 various volunteer projects, it was started. And this is the framework of the IRIDES. We have the 6 division and 37 field. So it is very interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. So the division was designed according to the disaster management. So before the disaster happened, we have the kind of need for the sciences, what generation and some information on the hazard map. And after the disaster, we need information or warning and some work to not extend more to the other areas. And we need the understanding the behavior or evacuation. It is the field of the human and the social sciences. And we developed the supportology, support the people. And there's a medicine for the rescue and saving a life. So we need a planning for recovery reconstruction, and we compiled many digital data for the archive as the experiences and lessons to be shared. So this is the mission to establish the practical disaster management study to identify the surelize the disaster-related phenomena in the each stage before and just after and the recovery and reconstruction process for the next. So it was started with many university and agency, and also important is the related cooperation with the APRU. So this is the idea of the resilience curve to discuss the disaster risk reduction and build back better. So sometime disaster happened. So before that, we need preparedness to reduce the disaster risk. And after that, we need effective response, the people and the society, and we going to the recovery. But if it not reach to the same level before, we have the kind of negative spiral. So sometimes again, the disaster happened and decreased the activity, and we have the such a negative spiral, and it's meaning non-sustainable development. So that's why we need Build Back Better. We need to analyze the much better than the before. So this is a very important concept, but not easy to carry it. So anyway, after the earthquake tsunami, we have big discussion for combination of the structure and non-structural measures. So this figure showing the structure level, it means the level of the seawall along the coast, sometimes to reach 15 meter or 5 meter. So we have the seawall, concrete wall. But at the time, tsunami was so large, and it's showing the level of the tsunami inundation height. So some of them overflow on the sea wall and affected the area behind them. So we understand the limitation of the structure measured. So we need the some kind of the idea. We need some level 1 or 2. So this is the very important rule and idea for reconstruction in the affected area. So level 1 is the largest tsunami in the modern time. Maybe we can have some period around 100 years to protect not only human, but the properties and economic activities. But sometimes the largest tsunami happened, but so we have the limitation of the structure. So it's called level 2. So especially to protect the human lives. So to reduce economic loss, extra. So we have now idea of the 2 level. And this is the also idea of the relocation to the higher place, or sometimes we fill the soil to make a higher ground artificially. And this is the example on the resistant society after the 2011 as an example in Sendai. We have the combination. The seawall here, but as lower as possible, and behind we utilize the green infrastructure, such as the pine and mangrove, and on the elevated area. And we need the highway as the dike. And there is some shelters. So this is a combination of the structure and the non-structure for the tsunami and storm surge, and also a flat area in that area. So this is the process of the Sendai now. So we hope this example can be introduced as the Build Back Better. So we have the new residential area far from the coastal area, and we can utilize the highway by using stairs going up. So now we have another problem of COVID-19 in the all area in the world. So we started 2 major research. So one is the natural social sciences collaborated research, especially to learn some from the histories. And the second one, the strategy for the business continuity plan from the earthquake case to the COVID-19. So 100 years ago, we have the Spanish case. And after that, we have the Great Kanto earthquake in Tokyo. This is natural disaster. So there is some interaction and some lesson to the another case. And now, 21st century, 2011, East Japan happened before the COVID-19. Some of lesson can be contributed to the person fighting with the COVID-19. So we have the now interdisciplinary group to understand such kind of relationship between the natural disaster and COVID-19 for the management cases. So second one is the business BCAP continuity plan. So we have the many cases in earthquake, but it can be expanded to the case of 19. It is very similar, have the similarity, but we have the change of the time frame. So third one is some experiences of lesson learned at a time to share with other countries. So just 2 years, half years ago, we have the General Incorporated Foundation was started. It is called 311 Densho Road Promotion Organization. Densho means transferred. So now we have the many memorial facilities to conduct the various initiatives and projects related to the disaster risk reduction in order to learn lessons of the Great East Japan earthquake and others. So you can see the many museum and some facilities and stone memorial like this. So more than 260 activities are now reported. So now 10 years passed, we are starting this activity to promote. So this is the promotion video.
10年私たちがかけて今に至るまでの村づくりはカメラで見えるかな。海の幸がとても美味しくてすごい自然に恵まれてるところです。
その津波って悲しいこともありましたけれども、でも離れられない自分にとっては素晴らしい場所です。
語り部自体は最初はすごくやりたくなかった。真実を伝えることって大事だと思ったし、来てもらって話すことで伝わることがあると思ったから。
Every time I do Kataribe, it's a reminder to myself that this is how I should live every day, and I should thank to each person I meet every day. I never know if I see them again.
思いなくなった悲しいっていう気持ちもあるけど、それ以上に喋ることによって伝えることによっていろんなことを思い出すことができるっていうのが自分にとっては嬉しい。そっちの気持ちの方が強いです。
I want Otsuchi to become a place that they felt the importance of the place called home.
この町の人たちともう一度みんなが助かれる町を作りたくて語り部を行っています。
この海全体が私たちを育ててくれた。これからも海と共存しながらこの町で一生過ごしていきたい。
津波前の町以上の町を作りたいというのが自分の強い気持ちですね。
世界の
Yeah, thank you very much for your attention. And this is conclusion. Just I can say we cannot do more than prepared. So pre-disaster prevention maybe can certainly reduce the damages, but it cannot be to get zero. So information and knowledge is very important, and we need to discuss more about the resilience systems. It can save the communities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Imamura. And I believe this will be the lesson learned not only for Japan, but every country in the world. May I take only one question from the list? Do you have any suggestion to enhance the local government's awareness and activities in terms of tsunami risk reduction?
Thank you very much. Question. So maybe local government had a limitation with the personnel and some information, especially updated and recent modern science and technology. So maybe expert or some scholar, academic people support the local person to make risk assessment first and encourage to promote new type of countermeasures working with the local people. So this is a comment.
Okay, thank you so much for your suggestion. I believe that, yeah, it will be useful for every local government in the world. Thank you so much, Professor Imamullah, and also thank you so much all the three keynote speakers. And for all the participants, we still have more events after this, and also we have more keynote speakers for the day too. So please stay tuned with us. And thank you so much for the organizers for letting me moderate for this keynote section. I will hand over the microphone back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nat, for your moderator. And thank you for all the keynote speakers. Before we move on to our next session, we would like to have a photo session with the moderator as well as the keynote speakers. Okay. Thank you very much. The photo has been taken. Thank you very much for coming, all our speakers and moderator. Now, let us move on to the next session of today's event, which we will be having a short break that will be followed alongside a poster presentation display for around 15 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ethel Elias and I'm currently studying at the National Taiwan Normal University. My research name is the Development and Impact of Intercultural Training in Disaster Aiding Nonprofit Organizations. The main purpose of my research is to know how NPOs analyze, design, develop, implement, and evaluate intercultural trainings. Also know the focus that human resources bring to the trainings. I developed my questionnaire based on two main questions. How do NPOs design these trainings, and what trainings are more beneficial for disaster risk reduction? As for the results, they are focused on ADDIE development process. Some of the results found in this research were: first, how important it is for NPO workers to apply real-life experiences in the trainings so they can apply it to different work situations. Two, training in other countries with the interaction with people from different cultures is a major expectation for them to grow and develop themselves. 3, they talk how organizations use technology to facilitate intercultural trainings, as an example, online language classes. 4, they indicated how these trainings can be applied for everyone, not just leadership positions. And at last, how important is the role of HR in this topic, because they are the ones setting the KSAOs and objectives for the work. As a conclusion, we can see how NPO workers find this study important because they interact with people from different cultural backgrounds continuously. It is because of it that it is important to incorporate the disaster risk reduction trainings focused on an intercultural perspective. NPOs can work together to create programs that benefit everyone involved in this topic. This way, the response to disaster risk reduction will be faster and more effective. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ahmad Dahlan, and today I want to share with you about my poster with the title The Association Between Fatigue and Human Performance for Business Continuity Management. As we know that oil and gas industry is linked to the very high risk operation where a small mistake can lead to catastrophic incident and resulted in multiple fatalities, environmental damage, loss of asset, and business disruption. From many industrial incidents such as BP Texas fire in 2005, explosion and fire also in Deepwater Horizon, fatigue was observed as the important factor that influence human performance and can lead to a major incident or business disruption. So this study aims to analyze the association between fatigue and human performance among Indonesian and oil and gas workers. This study is a cross-sectional study with 1,573 eligible respondents and use self-administered validated questionnaire, which are occupational fatigue, exhaustion and recovery, or over, and 9 at-risk behavior questionnaire. This study shows more than 20% workers have acute and chronic fatigue. When workers have a fatigue, almost of them experience 9 at-risk behaviors, such as working in excessive fatigue, misprediction or anticipation, misfocus, slow body movement, late to respond, bypass or shortcut the procedure. In conclusion, increasing level of fatigue will decrease worker performance and trigger at-risk behavior in the workplace. Therefore, understanding that fatigue remain become risk factor in major incident, especially in high-risk industries like oil and gas or petrochemical, it is paramount important to systematically control worker fatigue in a frame of fatigue risk management system for the business continuity. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My poster presentation is about smartphone application during disaster medical related RTP is BMEDIS, the usage test. It's with my friend Tommy Abizaidi. The objective of this presentation is to test TPS BMEDIS can be run and be used in the real condition and has a guideline for widespread application. The method is to survey to 10% from primary care emergency officer using open and closed questionnaire and using application. And then the result is general decision 78.13%, regarding material 78.89%. From this case study tell that the applicant can be used. The conclusion show that the use of general description test is 78.13%, good and special, and related to the material good and special 78.89%. Suggested it is necessary to provide feedback about ID, and it's better to classify the disasters such like earthquake and fire. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Malaria study at oil and gas company presented by Boy Hidayat, the Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia, Mila Tejamaya, Faculty of Public Health, University of Indonesia, and Sugiarto, Ministry of Health, Republic Indonesia. The background: malaria remains as one of the serious health problems. Mosquitoes kill an average of 1 million humans per year, mostly from malaria. A group of oil and gas workers were exposed to Anopheles mosquitoes in their work premises. A study was conducted to establish a baseline data to make a proper health program related to prevent, control and treatment disease from mosquitoes, especially malaria. The method, a cross-sectional study, contains breeding places, mosquito densities, mosquito resistant tests against insecticide to Anopheles, plasmodium parasite survey, and work premises inspection was conducted at onshore work premises. Study was conducted mainly at a gas and oil processing work premises. Anopheles breeding habitat survey was conducted in plant area, office building, and a camp area. It was found one work premises which has high risk for malaria parasite to breed because vector larvae of Anopheles were higher than standard of national regulation. Other work premises had potential for malaria risk due to existence of stagnant water in work premises. MBR were high, which conclude that a high risk at this area for communicating malaria, but no found malaria parasites in all subjects. It shows that malaria incidence is low at those work premises. However, malaria program still needs to be established to prevent the incidence of malaria disease, especially in the method of combating the parasites in animal phase.
Hello.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 16th APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium 2021, Building Partnerships for Sustainable Disaster Risk Reduction for All Hazards. This event is sponsored by PT Petronesia Benimel and PT Teman Setia Mandiri. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session in today's event will be a panel discussion. And before we move on to our first panel session, I would like to introduce our honored moderator, Professor Takako Izumi. Welcome, Professor. It's an honor to have you here.
Thank you very much, Rafi. And hello, everyone, once again. And my name is Takako Izumi from IRIDIS under Tohoku University, and also APLU Multi-Hazard Program Director. So I'm very honored to be playing as a role of moderator of this very important and interesting session. So we will have two excellent speakers in this session, Professor and Dr. Riyanti Jalante from the ASEAN Secretariat, and Professor Rajib Shaw from Keio University in Japan. So we have two recorded messages and lectures by the speakers. However, I'm informed Dr. Riyanti will be able to join for the question and answer session after the recorded message. Therefore, I would like to encourage all of you to send us your questions through chat function. Then I will try to bring up those issues to Dr. Riyanti. And I think, unfortunately, Professor Rajib Shaw will not be able to join here for question and answer, so that unfortunately, I don't think we will ask your questions directly to Professor Rajib. Oh, hello, Professor and Dr. Riyanti, and it's really, really nice to meeting you here. Okay, so so I think you will we will have your recorded message in lectures. So we will start your message, right?
Thank you very much, Professor Takako Izumi, or Takako-san. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizer, particularly Professor Padma Lestari of APRU, for inviting me to attend this presentation. It's an honor also to be in the same panel with Professor Takako Izumi and also Professor Rajib Shaw, whom I have known and worked very closely in my previous capacity working at United Nations University based in Tokyo. At the moment, and also currently, I will do my presentation on the ASEAN approach for disaster risk reduction and emergency response through my current affiliation as Assistant Director in Disaster Management and Humanitarian Assistance Division of the ASEAN Secretariat. I would like to say it's really great. I have to be in this panel, and also I have seen the presentation from the previous panel from Professor Mamura Sensei and also Dr. Ardito, colleagues that we have worked very closely in the past. And welcome to all the participants of APRU, particularly Indonesian students. It's really promising to see the young scholars, also experienced scholars in disaster risk reduction. We are the country of the supermarket of disasters, but I believe we are also one of the most resilient nations in the world towards disasters. So allow me to do my presentation on the ASEAN approach for disaster risk reduction and emergency response. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I will highlight the key timelines, guiding documents, institutional structure for ASEAN disaster management and emergency response. I will also outline some of our major activities in disaster management and emergency response, particularly on the activities developed or have been implemented by AHA Center. And also, how do we see the role of ASEAN for the future? Disaster risk landscapes are changing, it becomes more complex. How do then we strengthen and be more prepared? And these are some of the strategies that I will highlight in the third part of the presentation. Next slide, please. So this is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, 10 member states by which the NDMO, the Natural Disaster Management Offices or organization, form the ACDM, ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management. The region is one of the most at-risk regions in the world. The studies by UNESCO on disaster resilience outlook shows that the country has experienced one of the most frequent disasters, experiences one of the highest losses, particularly to the increasing impacts on climate change. But of course, over time, over the last decade, 2 decades, the region has been able to work diligently and together coherently as a region to turn the situation and become one of the most prepared regions to disasters and forward-looking efforts in building resilience. Next slide, please. So the story starts here, or one of the major timeline of our ASEAN activities toward disaster in building disaster resilience started in 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. We know that it affected the region, Indian Ocean regions. We have seen the presentation from UNESCO. Indonesia was affected the most, but it leads to a lot of transformation occurred nationally in Indonesia, regionally in ASEAN, in Asia Pacific, but also regionally through the internationally through the adoption of Hyogo. In Indonesia, in the ASEAN, this great momentums pushes the momentums for the adoption of the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response. It was initiated in January 2005, so immediately after the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. However, this is a legal document and which become agreement. It takes time to endorse and adopt the document. But not only that, the region has experienced 2004 Cyclone Nargis in Myanmar, 2013 Typhoon Haiyan, and increasingly now a lot of emergencies in the region during COVID-19. So it tested ASEAN solidarity and relevance as a regional entity. We need to help each other in the region so that the region, when we help our neighbors, it's in turn build the resilience of the region. Next. So these are some of the key timelines in disaster management. Of course, I have said the Indian Ocean tsunami, it leads to the development or establishment of the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management. Not long after that, the AHA Center, so the operational engine of ASEAN for disaster management, emergency responses, and humanitarian assistance was established in 2012. In 2016, there was an ASEAN declaration on One ASEAN, One Response, to responding to ASEAN disasters as one in the region, but also outside the region. This has a very strong, important implication. We know that every major disasters that occurred, ASEAN needs to be ready to respond as one. So 10 member states needs to support each other, but not only that, it's about also responding outside the region. And that's why ASEAN it has an important role to ensure that they also needs to be ready to support the region, but also if there are requests from other countries, other region, neighboring regions, we should be ready to do that. Then building on this experience, the ASEAN Vision 2025 on disaster management look at how do we implement this one ASEAN one response, how we can strengthen building resilience, and also how do learning from our experiences, how can ASEAN be the global leader in disaster management? And this is, I think, a very important aspiration, learning from our from Japan, our strong cooperation with Japan, for example. It helps us to see that as a region, we have accumulated a lot of experiences, knowledge, so that we can share these lessons and to be the global, regional and global leader in disaster management. In implementing ADMER, there are it is implemented through a 5-year work program. So at the moment, we have the ASEAN, the ADMER work program 2021-2025, which I will highlight in the next slides on what are the major activities that ASEAN have been doing in building resilience. Next slide, please. So this is the ASEAN vision. It calls for institution and communication. We can see, for example, early warning system. It's a lot about risk communication and communicating and getting buy-in from political leaders so that we can have this strong leadership to support building resilience. We also need partnership and innovation. We cannot do this alone. ASEAN resources alone is not enough, and we need to have partners, stakeholders, business, youth, academic and scientific community in supporting us, and financing and resource mobilization. We have ADMER Fund as one method for resource mobilization, but of course our cooperation with the public and private partnerships will also support this resource mobilization. Next. The ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management is the major sectoral bodies implementing the program. So NDMOs, National Disaster Management Organization of the 10 member states, as you see here. In Indonesia, we have BNPB. In Thailand, we have DDPM. Singapore, ACDF. Philippines, OCD of the NDRRMC. And also the ASEAN Secretariat as the Secretariat of ACDM and supported by AHA Center as well. Next. So how is it structured? We have the ACDM as the main engine or main sectoral bodies. We have also AHA Center. You can see in blue here. You can see on the top ASEAN Secretary General on his or her role as the ASEAN Humanitarian Assistance Coordinator whenever there is major disaster to the scale of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, Typhoon Haiyan, or this SG-AHAC system is activated. And not only that, if you are following up ASEAN activities, there is or currently implemented ASEAN Humanitarian Assistance in Myanmar, by which the SG Secretary General has his role as the ASEAN Humanitarian Assistance Coordinator. So DMHA, our division, together with AHA Center, supported the implementation of this humanitarian assistance in Myanmar. Just one case. We know that disasters, go back please. We know that disasters is an issue that is cross-cutting. So it's also important that ACDM work with other sectoral bodies. So for example, if you see here at the top and the bottom, we have technical working group on civil and military coordination. We know that the military has a very strong role, particularly in emergency response. So we need to strengthen this CIMIC. We have issue of protection, gender and inclusion, considering that gender, youth, people with disabilities, turning them from the vulnerable groups into groups that will active agent of change in this building disaster resilience, particularly at the local level. And through looking at holistically, that's I think one of the strategy to build disaster resilience in the region. Next slide, please. So on the ATMOR work programs, this is the document that outlines our activity for the next 5 years, starting 2021-2025. Next. Some of the guiding principles I have highlighted: gender and social inclusion, relevant for this topic on multi-hazards approach. We should not only focus on tsunami or focusing on flood, but we need to start to see how risk multi-hazard approach that occurring at the same times, one after another, and looking at the context of vulnerability within the society. But increasingly, we see now that we need to see how disasters or humanitarian emergencies occur within the context of disasters from natural hazards, from technological hazards, but also man-made disasters. We see oftentimes disasters occur within the time of the pandemic, within also occur at the time of unstable political instability within a region. And we see examples everywhere in the world. Next slide. So this is our priority program. We organize this priority program quite similar to the priority programs in the Sendai framework. So we have risk assessment and monitoring, and prevention and mitigation. So PP1 and PP2 is related to risk assessment and early warning, as well as prevention and mitigation. So very clear here that we see we have moved the paradigm from disaster management or responding to emergency only toward more proactive approach for disaster risk reduction. And hence you see here in PP2, we have a lot of activities to build, to prevent and strengthen risk reduction. On PP3 and PP4 are related to emergency response and building preparedness here. So activities such as ERA, training member states, are activities that are implemented a lot by AHA Center. On resilient recovery, we know that ASEAN, as I have shown before, we have been experiencing large-scale disasters, and we need to be ready for that. So here, preparedness, exercises, regional exercise, availability of fund at the regional level, that some of activities that to strengthen resilient recovery. And finally, as I said before, ASEAN is aspired to be the global leaders in disaster management, and this is very important. We need to be ready, and I think the participants here are contributing to that. We are building a region that needs to be ready to be the global leaders in disaster management, to share our knowledge and experiences of experiencing disasters, but also experiencing activities that are building resilience in the region. Next slide. So then let me briefly outline major activities that we have done by ASEAN. Next slide. So these are some of the major deliverables. So if you see in one of the pictures here, commemorating the ASEAN Day for Disaster Management and also the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction, we launched a lot of major documents, which they are all accessible online if you like to see. I would highlight, for example, here in this first report, ASEAN Disaster Resilience Outlook. We want to look at, in the changing disaster risk landscape, in the changing political, socio-economic situation, increasing role of technology. What should ASEAN do to take advantage on this advancement? And this is what we see in this report. Here in the middle, ASEAN UN Joint Strategic Plan of Action on Disaster Management. We cannot work alone. We need to work with international organizations, NGOs, universities, and so on. And this document, this Joint Strategic Plan of Action, shows how ASEAN collaborate with different UN organizations in building resilience. And finally, here in the last report, you see a framework on protection, gender, and inclusion in disaster management. So we look at how what should be the actions and the vision to strengthen PGI in the region. And also some of the, if you see the list here, we have a lot of activities that have been implemented by AHA Center. So ERAT, so Emergency Response Assistance Team. They are trained personnel that are ready to be deployed anywhere at any time in the region, but also internationally. DELSA, this is a project which disaster logistic, which puts in 3 different places strategically on this logistic warehouse that are ready to be utilized when disasters occurs anywhere in the region. We have, if you see here, and the last point, ASEAN Shield Declaration. This is a new declaration which calls for strengthening cooperation between or mainstreaming disaster risk reduction in other development matters, in livelihood, in poverty reduction, and calling for cooperation and involvement of the people in responding to disasters. Next. And finally, next slide, on how should ASEAN be more prepared toward a resilient future. We propose three strategies here, which I will outline in each slide. So 3 strategies, it's about strengthening partnership and financing in disaster management, which I will outline here. So what are the partnership and financing that has been necessary, have been done, or needs to be done in the future? So we have plus mechanism. We learn from China, Japan, and ROK on how we can strengthen, particularly with Japan support to AHA Center, how we can learn from each other. What about providing resources to implement programs? We have partnerships with international community, so we partners with the UN, we partners with international NGOs, we have ATMR partnership groups, we partners with IFRC, ICRC, universities, APRU, and also Asia Pacific Science and Technology Advisory Group. So we want to strengthen all connection towards, including of course the organization of the youth, yeah. You Inspire, for example, to strengthen a whole of ASEAN approach in building resilience. We also have cross-sectoral mechanisms, so working on issue of PGI or working on civil and military coordination, strengthening. We have joint strategy task force, so this is working collaboratively with stakeholders on women, on poverty, on social protection, and so on. We strengthen AHA Center. So AHA Center have worked with 50+ organizations in the last 10 years. And some of the efforts that I have listed here. So that's the first strategy on strengthening partnership and financing in disaster management. The second strategy, next slide, please, is about innovation in financing. So if you read this report, it calls for strengthening disaster insurance transformation. As I have said, we need to be ready in the changing climate. We need to have insurance to support the community, but to support the nation. So disaster insurance transformation is one of the strategies that are recommended in this report. We can also explore disaster bond. This a lot had been discussed at the international fora from the climate change conference. We see this disaster bond, climate change bonds have been introduced as a possible mechanism to deal with the impact of disasters and climate change. And internally within the ASEAN ATMR Fund, to support the implementation of ATMR, we'll look at how we can strengthen, explore crowdfunding, bonds, cryptocurrency. So these are some of the recommendations from the publication. Then finally, the third strategy that needs to be done to enhance resilience to the future is through innovation. Next slide, please. Through innovation and technology. We have ICT roadmap for disaster management, so we need to implement that. We are looking at, it was recommended on using of artificial intelligence for anticipatory humanitarian action, strengthening data governance, strengthening information sharing platform, and also development of a web-based monitoring and evaluation system. So these are some of the strategies that looks at the future, how we can strengthen resilience building in the region. And finally, as my concluding slide in this presentation, We know that disaster risk landscape in the ASEAN region, especially, and also in the Asia Pacific region, is in general is changing. Disasters occurs more frequently. It becomes more intense, and we know that 80% or so of disasters and the impacts are caused by climate change. So we need to strengthen the integration between disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. In developing, so we need to have to strengthen this partnership, innovation, and finances, as we have I have outlined. So. The ASEAN vision to be the global leader in disaster management provide us the tool, also mandated us to see how, as the region, we can strengthen regionally, but also share the knowledge and experience to the other regions in the world. So that's my presentation, Professor Takako. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rianti, for your wonderful and very informative presentations. And also, I was very impressed by a lot of work by ASEAN, and I'm sure you led most of the programs. And congratulations to your wonderful work as always. So we have a couple of questions to your presentation. So first one is how universities can be involved in ASEAN program. And also, I also would like to add some points to this question. And also, as a university network, you know APRU and APRU Multi has us quite well because you also contributed a lot while you are in Japan working UNU. So as a university network, also how we can contribute to ASEAN program and how we can work together in the future.
Mm-hmm. So thank you very much. The discussion from Professor Izumi and also from Professor Rahma. Fatma, universities indeed can be very involved in the ASEAN program. So one of the recommendation from one of the report that we say on mapping exercise to look at how we can strengthen the role of ASEAN cross sectors, but also having a more broader engagement is to develop an ASEAN disaster resilience forum. Within this forum, it's about we want to strengthen engagement with private organizations, so ensuring climate resilient infrastructure. We want to strengthen cooperation with academics, think tank, universities to strengthen the science and policy coordination, but not only that, to also build the generation of disaster resilience academics, practitioners in the region. So this is an offer to APRU and also
recording
to
stopped. Recording in progress.
To start initiating this program. We are open for cooperation. I think I have also said to Professor Fatma, this is an opportunity for us to talk more on how we can, for example, through APRU, we can develop an ASEAN chapter, and then we have a network of universities working on DRR in the region to better support implementation, not only to ASEAN Secretariat, but also to connect or strengthen the role of universities in supporting NDMO, so the National Disaster Management Organization. But also we offer internship. I think that's another opportunity that we can ASEAN has a youth volunteer mechanism. That's something that another potential that can be explored.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rianti. And we have more questions to you. And the ASEAN integration happened more than 6 years ago. And what would you say has been the biggest achievement so far in terms of that integration via vis-a-vis the disaster risk reduction management for the region?
Okay. Yes, indeed, integration and a consensus-based approach is one thing that I think bind ASEAN processes strongly. All member states has the same rights and commitments to all the commitments, political, societal, economic commitments that have been made in the region. So integration has been very strong. In disaster risk reduction and management, we have seen that we are able to reduce vulnerabilities in the region. We have established AHA Center. We have an ASEAN ERAT. We have all of this mechanism. It shows to reduce preparedness increase a lot in the region. We have early warning system that works really well. We have a network of organizations supporting AHA Center and ASEAN Secretariat. We have personnel readily to be employed in the region every time disaster occur. We have logistics that are ready to be utilized within the region and also through this DELSA. We have worked with NGOs. In the region, we have one of the highest number of NGOs working on disasters in the region, and we go even deeper to look at how we can strengthen the role of women, the role of youth, looking at disability, and these are some of the progress that I think very unique within the ASEAN region. We can only achieve that once we started. We have the political will, strong institutional structure to do that. But of course, we know that our region is highly at risk, so we need to be ready. Even after building or learning building resilience since 2004, we know, for example, 2018, these triple disasters in Palu occur, but we cannot prevent the occurrence of disasters, but we can reduce vulnerability and increase resilience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rianti. I'm sure you and also the ASEAN, entire ASEAN region achieved so much, and things as you highlighted, mechanism and protocol will, and it's very, very important work you are doing. So I think this is the last question. What the question is, ASEAN involved in strengthening disaster preparedness response capacities in other regions in Asia, for example, South Asia.
Okay, thank you. So this is to respond to Junat Gimire. At the moment, that's the vision to share with other regions. At the moment, our closest region, of course, countries such as Timor-Leste. They are not ASEAN, but they are in the process of applying to be ASEAN member states, and we have started this initiative. So our capacity building and disaster risk reduction allow for opportunity for personnel in Timor-Leste to be involved. So that's one of the efforts. We have been working collaboratively with several regional organizations in the Pacific. So we started from there. This is something that we have been strongly advocated to other regions, South Asia, for example, and we have shared this willingness, for example, to the Asia Pacific Office of UNDRA, so that IUFRC, ICRC, so it can be shared. And finally, I think there is a question from Dr. Rahma Hanifa. Thank you very much, Dr. Rahma. Of course, we highly value cooperation with yourself, with You Inspire, and we appreciate your strong support to us, and we are looking forward to work with you as well on Friday. Yeah, there is a session on ASEAN Day on youth in climate resilience and climate action and disaster resilience by Dr. Rahma is also presenting. Thank you, Professor Izumi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Rianti. So as you know, our work under the APLE multi-hazard, so I wait for your suggestions and recommendations for our work and also the future collaboration. Thank you so much, Dr. Rianti. Hope to see you again soon. Bye, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to introduce next presentation by Professor Rajib Shaw from Keio University in Japan. Unfortunately, he will not be here, so we will share his recorded message.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important event. And I'm very sorry that I'm not been able to be there either in person or face to face. I'm sending my recorded video. I hope that It provides some light on the current aspects of the disaster risk reduction. I would like to focus on these issues on technology, governance, and citizen behavior, like how over last couple of years, especially during this difficult time of COVID-19, how Asia has been trying to turn the crisis into opportunities. My name is Rajiv Shaw. I'm a professor in Keio University, and these are some of the details, my other position, other responsibilities, and you can see most of my work in my website, www.rajivshaw.org. As you know that 2015 has been a landmark year. We had Sustainable Development Goal, we have Sendai Framework, we had Paris Climate Agreement, we had Urban Agenda, and so on. So there are many global frameworks, be it in terms of development, be it in terms of disaster, climate change, urban issues were adopted. And last year, 2020, was supposed to be the 5-year evaluation from all these global framework, and there were lots of preparation, but then we have seen that how the infectious disease or the global pandemic has actually, like it has shaken all different aspects of life. It has impacted development agenda, it had impacted disaster risk management agenda, as well as the climate agenda also. We did some analysis for this particular 3 framework, SDG, SFDRR, and Paris Agreement. This was done in 2016, immediately after the publishing of these 3 frameworks. And what we found is that all these 3 frameworks have quite interrelationship, whether it is climate change, focus on the disaster, loss and damages, and development. When it is development, it focuses both on the climate and disaster issue. And when it comes to the disaster issue, again, it focuses on the development and the climate issues. We took specific attention on a specific word called local and try to understand the importance of this local issue. And this is what you are seeing here in the lower side, that the local issue has been used so many times in all the frameworks, 10 in SDG 48, in Sendai 9 in Paris. And these were used in terms of authorities, like local authorities, local government, local community, local culture, local knowledge, local priority, local adaptation, and so on. So what is the main point here? That although we talk about the global framework, but I think its importance at the local level, the implementation at the local level is very, very important. And all the 3 frameworks actually recognize that. And then if you see the number of disasters, number of people affected, always Asia has the largest share in terms of all different types of hazards, whether it is geological, hydrometeorological, and so on. I'd like to focus here that in Sendai framework, many of you are aware about that. Many of you are possibly part of the Sendai process in the World Conference in Japan. So what I would like to focus here, the word health. This particular word health, I have counted that it has been used 76 times in 37-page document. So this word health has been used for primary healthcare, secondary, tertiary healthcare, on different types of health regulatory framework, and the WHO's international health regulations, and so on. So that is a very important part, that the Sendai recognized the health as one of the major the critical issue, and possibly the biological hazards as one of the critical hazards. And also you have seen that in Sendai, the scope of hazard have been expanded. Earlier it was more so-called the natural hazard, but now we include biological, NATIC, natural hazards induced or triggered technological disasters, cascading, complex. So there are lots of new hazards which come up. And another specific characteristic of Sendai is like the non-traditional stakeholders, the role of science technology, role of private sectors. This become quite critical in Sendai. So with that, in 2019, WHO published this, what you see on the right bottom part, the Health EDRM guidelines or framework, Health Emergency Disaster Risk Management Framework. It was in 2019. Then Health Addendum to City Resilience Scorecard. That was City Resilience Scorecard was published by UNDRR to understand the city's resilience, to assess the city's resilience. And there was a health addendum in 2019. Then last year in January, with one of my colleague, Emily Chan, I published a book on public health and disasters. This is also focusing on the health emergency and disaster risk management focus in Asia. But we never thought that we will be discussing on this health issue last 2 years so intensively in both 2020 and 2021, and possibly it will continue for some time. But interesting part here is that when we talk about the health emergency or the health issue, health response, it is the real transdisciplinary approach which is required. It's not only just the public health expert. Yes, public health experts, the virologists, the epidemiologists, they are the core of the whole process. But we need collaboration from the financial expert or the fiscal policy expert. We need support from the data management, data scientist, supply chain management, transport planning, resource mobilization, recovery specialist, and so on. So it's a real transdisciplinary approach, and that we have been seeing over last few years in this particular process. Another important diagram, which maybe again many of you have seen, that this World Economic Forum, the risk outlook. So they have been releasing the risk outlook every year, and it's in January, so it actually covered the previous year's risk. This is 2020, and there are two parts, the top one in terms of likelihood, the bottom one in terms of impact. If you see that earlier it was more the blue color, which is the economic risk, but somehow 2011, 12, 13 onward, we have seen that lots of green color has increased. So if you see 2020, so all the top 5 hazards in terms of the likelihood were environmental hazard. In terms of extreme weather, climate action failure, then different types of natural disasters and so on. In the global risk in terms of the impact, again, the climate action failure and other global risk becomes quite important. So environmental hazards in terms of both likelihood and impact become important. But when it comes to this year report, of course, infectious disease comes at the top, the pandemic, and that is in terms of the impact. But in terms of the likelihood, so we have seen that how Corona affected in our lives over the last 2 years. But what analysts say that yes, this is an important risk. It is affecting, but in terms of future likelihood, still environmental risk is one of the major risks which we should be very much concerned. Another interesting or important risk which are coming up in the right-hand side, which is the digital power concentration or digital inequality. So like now we have seen that currently, so for example, we are connecting with Zoom and so on, but possibly I'm living in Japan, I have a good internet connectivity, I live in an urban area, I can do Zoom and all this thing. But if I'm living in a rural area, if I am 70-year-old, if I live in the developing country. Do I have the proper internet facility? Do I have that particular infrastructure? Or am I internet literate or this type of digital illiterate to use all this type of gadget? So there are this gap, is the digital divide gap is increasing. It is possibly this gap between developed and developing country, gap between urban and rural area, gap between possibly different age group, possibly the gender group. So there are these main issues which we need to tackle in future. So this is what I just mentioned here. So as a summary of this global framework, yes, the global frameworks focuses on local implementation. Sendai focuses on health issues. Also, the scope of hazards have expanded. And health is not just health only issue. It needs other disciplinary collaboration, and the different types of risk landscape is becoming quite complex, and we need to keep an eye on that. Year 2020, we have seen that during this long pandemic crisis, we had lots of other hazards. We had forest fire, we had earthquake, we had drought, typhoon, cyclone, hurricane, floods, and also the locust intrusion. So all these different hazards, some were climatological or hydrological, some were geological, some were biological. So it becomes more the complex phenomena of different types of hazards happening together. With that background, now we have a group in Asia Pacific we call the Science Technology Advisory Group. This was formed after Sendai in 2015 in May. And then we have been continuously working with the UNDRR, Asia Pacific office, and all the country governments in the Asia Pacific region, try to promote, see the challenges, barriers, try to overcome those challenges, especially in terms of science technology and its application in disaster risk reduction. So we do periodic meeting. In the lower part is the regional level in Asia Pacific, and then upper part is the global level. As we know that in 2022, next year in May, we will have the global platform in Bali, in Indonesia. So we are also preparing for that Bali conference preparation. For that, we also do different types of compilation, and periodically the science technology, what you call the status report, so 2016, 17, 18, then to 2020, and currently also we are developing different types of science technology status report. I give you two examples, especially of our work. This is something from Malaysia, your neighboring country. We worked with very closely with the government of Malaysia, and what we found is that with lots of discussion, I think this establishment of science expert panel on DRR, which was established, and this provides very specific science-based suggestions, advices to NADMA, National Disaster Management Authority of Malaysia. The interesting part here that the science expert panel does not necessarily mean that it will be scientist-only expert panel. There are government technical agencies, there are universities, but there are also NGOs, CBOs, community-based organization or non-profit organization. There are private sector. So I say that the science in disaster risk reduction, science technology in disaster risk reduction is not just scientist-only activity. We need to collaborate with other stakeholders, and this is a classic example of that. Well, Philippines, another ASEAN country, they are also what you see here, National Resilience Council, co-chaired by private sector and the government. But the presidency of the National Resilience Council lies with the science technology community. So here again, private sector, government and science technology work very closely, but they work directly with what you are seeing here, the LGU, local government unit, that means the city government. So from the national level to the city level, that particular link is very, very important. Let me now show a few of our own work on this COVID-19 time and how we see these biological hazards and the disaster risk reduction. So how we bring these two things together and try to link some activities. So risk assessment, one is the community and governance. This is a tool which we developed, we call the COVID risk assessment tool, on 4 specific components: health, behavior, exposure, and social policy. Health, we had a few sub-component like the indicators like age, more comorbidity, gender, smoking habits, etc. Similarly, behavior, exposure, and with some simple calculation, we had this particular what we call the COVID meter. So it gives you high to medium to low risk, and then accordingly this particular data can be also shared with the local government, so they can have that which area has which type of cluster. So this is just one example. I give you another example from Japan. Like when you talk about the risk governance, science-based decision making, I think is very important. So in this particular paper, we try to address that what was behind the initial flattening of the curve in Japan. You know that Japan being very close, like high proximity to China, there were 7 direct flights from Wuhan to Tokyo before the corona. Then very high urban density, very congested transport system, then aged population. So in spite of all this, I think Japan has been able to manage the pandemic quite efficiently, at least at the initial stage, to push the peak. Peak will definitely come. We cannot stop it, but how you peak that particular, how you push that particular peak a little bit later part so that you have enough time for preparedness. And so that was a very important part of the science-based decision making. So there was the cluster approach and the scenario planning. So what you are seeing here in this particular peak, if it comes a little bit later, so then your health system becomes more redundant and health system becomes more prepared to actually absorb that particular shock. And that's what we call the resilience in the health system to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Adaptive governance is another important issue which addresses the multiple risks. We have seen, I mentioned that there are different types of disasters, and I'm sure that Indonesia also faced many disasters past in 2020, 2021. And we are always learning like how to make the critical health monitoring, how to make a proper shelter management, how to make volunteer management, and so on. And these are all our learning, and this is what we call the adaptive governance. And these are not written in the earlier manual guidelines. And I think it's very difficult to write all this thing in the manual and guidelines. There are some standard manual guidelines, some regulatory framework. Within that regulatory framework, how we actually act, I think that's the most important part of this adaptive governance. And also, when you talk about governance, another important part is this urban-rural partnership. This is some work which we are doing in Japan, especially, you know, that we always talk about the urban resilience, smart city, but to make urban area resilient, it needs a very strong connectivity with the rural areas, because the resources, whether it is food, whether it is energy, whether it is water, all these things actually come from the rural area. So this urban-rural resource flow needs to be strengthened. And that is the main concept of this, what we call the regional circular ecological sphere. And this particular model is, actually has been suggested in the basic environmental plan, the 5th basic environmental plan by government of Japan. And now we are trying to see its application in Japan, but also try to see it from different other countries and try to learn from those countries and how this urban-rural partnership can be more effective. Just to give you an example from the prefecture where I live, it's the Kanagawa prefecture. I live in a city called Yokohama. So Yokohama's water actually comes from the outside the prefecture watershed. And that's why we actually pay a tax, what we call the watershed and forest conservation tax, like this around $8 per year per household. And that money has been used for forest management and to make that ecosystem, higher up in the mountain, especially in the river basin, the ecosystem, so that we get good amount of water in the good amount and good quality of water in the in the urban area. But this was not an easy job to convince citizen, the urban citizen, that why we should pay for a rural area forest management, why our tax should be used for that, which is even not in our prefecture. So there are lots of consultation, monitoring. And then one very interesting part of this monitoring was that, again, it was not, this monitoring committee was not just academics. It was three groups. Academics were there, civil society and private sector was there, and the most importantly, the citizen. The common citizen, anyone who is living in the prefecture for more than 3 years, they are entitled to be part of this particular monitoring committee. So I think this participatory monitoring, the citizen-based monitoring process becomes very, very important. And this is not a rocket science we are talking about. It's a very simple method which can be applicable for any country in any governance system. So I think what we are trying to understand here, again, the essence of this governance system and then how it can be used in other places. Another part of the governance study, what we are doing is also try to see that in the urban area, especially how we can bring this green space, urban green space, in the design of the building or in the design of the city or in the land use zonation of the city. So especially this urban agriculture and the green space. And I think this actually we were doing even before Corona, and after the Corona, I think the local government, they became very, very interested in this particular project and this particular initiative. And again, I think this importance of the urban green space, importance of urban ecosystem, we have heard and we have possibly experienced during this pandemic also, that why this urban design should be done very nicely. A few innovation work which we have been doing. This has been a joint work of a few universities, including my university, Keio, led by Tohoku University, University of Tokyo, UNU, and so on. We try to understand the different types of innovations, and it was interesting that the community-based innovation, community-based disaster risk reduction became the top innovation in this particular research. Couple of quick other points I'd like to mention here, that I mentioned this digital divide earlier, and this is again a classic example from Japan, a prefecture in Kochi prefecture, where I work with the local communities and the universities and the local government very closely. This particular prefecture has a very high aged population. It has a very high tsunami and flood risk, and it has the lowest digital media penetration. So how we actually address that particular issue. Then the open science, open data is also a major challenge. Our data sharing, data collection, data gathering, then the open data and open governance. I think this is also becoming one of the major issues. And we also saw that there are many different types of innovation in the healthcare, education, then drone deliveries, and so on. Some of the other aspects which we work with some private sector in Japan, especially for the water saving technology, some sort of apps, and this is very important for the urban drought. This is also the water and innovation, like how we can make the AI-based water recycling facility, and this is for the heat waves, some sort of heat-resistant paints, and so on. And also you might have seen that there are lots of robotics and all these things. So education and awareness is also very important because ultimately it is the citizen participation which is extremely important. And there I would like to emphasize that the citizen science, I think this is still an underdeveloped, underexplored area where we would like to see more involvement of the citizen. It's a very simple community-based approach actually. We developed this particular app in an Indian city called Varanasi with Fujitsu, and this was like to map the inundation flooding. When you have the small duration, heavy precipitation, rainfall, then certain pockets of the town are differentially flooded. So how you take the photo of this vehicle, and it automatically calculates nature of the vehicle. There is an augmented reality. It automatically calculates the height, and that you can actually upload in with your GPS location in the map, and it shows the color coding. Blue maybe 30 centimeter, yellow 30 to 50 centimeter, red more than 50 centimeter, and then you get this color coded map that which part is inundated by which level, and then it actually helps you to divert the traffic in other places. And my last point here is this science preneurship, which is like how we actually enhance the entrepreneurship mindset among the youth and young people. We developed a small startup for this, but this is, I think we need lots of participation from the universities and the private sector. And one of my dream project, I will say, and hope that APRU, APRU incubation initiative for disaster risk reduction. So this is like in the APRU universities, we can try to incorporate this type of incubation concept in different universities and link that with the private sector to develop this entrepreneurship. We have been doing this in some of the Indian universities and so on. I think that becomes a very, very important element because we have a larger number of youth in Asia, and we have lots of social problems in Asia which are related to the disaster risk reduction. So how we bring that together. So I think that's all my presentation. I won't go for a conclusion. These are some of the key words which I possibly mentioned. And once again, I'm sorry that I could not be with you in person or online, but I hope that this particular presentation gave some sort of idea about what like the current issues and the current challenges in the science technology for the disaster risk reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shaw. It was really unfortunate we will not be able to have you here today. But I think his presentation was full of ideas and also knowledge and input. And I think his presentation reflects the title of this symposium this year. It is Building Partnership for Sustainable Disaster Risk Reduction to All Hazards. As Professor Shaw reiterated, the center framework is not targeting only natural hazards, but rather it says all hazards, including biological and technological hazards, even man-made hazards as well. So we are experiencing such a compound and complicated hazards since last year, both natural hazards and also the pandemic. And how can we overcome these complicated and compound hazards? And his presentations suggested a couple of important points. For example, innovation and adaptive governance, and also urban-rural partnerships. So these will become the keywords for our future sustainable disaster risk reduction. So once again, I really appreciate for Professor Rajiv Shaw sending his presentation, recorded presentation. So now I'd like to conclude this panel discussion, and thank you so much once again, Dr. Riyanti, for her wonderful and excellent, very informative presentation, and also your participation in this session. Thank you very much.
Speakers for today's panel discussion. Now, let us move on. Before we move to the next session, we would like to have a photo session with all the participants requested. Please, the committee can take your picture. Once again, we would like to remind all participants to activate your video camera so the symposium committee can take your pictures for participants. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much to all the participants. Now, for the next session, we will have a video playback followed by a poster presentation display. However, as the next event is a parallel session, we would like to remind all the participants that after the poster display session, we will be continuing this event to the parallel sessions. And for the presentations, please enter room 1 to 16, respectively, of your chosen topics. And you may view the topic that takes place in which room by referring to the program book.
Welcome to Indonesia. Indonesia is a rich archipelagic country with more than 17,000 islands stretching from Sabang to Merauke. The infinite natural resources, natural beauty that stretches from Sabang to Merauke make the charm of Indonesian tourism famous and worldwide. Tourism in Indonesia is an important component of the Indonesian economy as well as a significant source of its improvement in the living standards. 5 Super Priority Destinations is a new program launched by the government in order to make destinations not only attractive to tourists but also to grow a creative economic ecosystem that involves local residents. Lake Toba of North Sumatra is the largest volcanic lake in the world. Borobudur Temple of Central Java is the single most visited tourist attraction in the country by tourists. Mandalika of West Nusa Tenggara, the host the 2021 MotoGP World Racing event. Labuan Bajo of East Nusa Tenggara. Komodo Island is the only natural habitat for Komodo dragons in the world. Likupang of North Sulawesi is marine tourism with beautiful beaches and underwater panorama. But behind its beauty, Indonesia has a number of disasters. Geographically, Indonesia is an archipelagic country located at the confluence of 4 tectonic plates, that is the Asian continent plate, the Australian continent plate, the Indian Ocean plate, and the Pacific Ocean. In the southern and eastern part of Indonesia, there is a volcanic arc that extends from the island of Sumatra to Java, Nusa Tenggara, Sulawesi, whose sides are all volcanic mountains and lowlands that are partly dominated by swamps. Those conditions are prone to disasters such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, and landslides. Indonesia has more than 400 volcanoes and 130 of them are active volcanoes. Most of the volcanoes are located on the seabed and are not visible from the sea level. Indonesia is the place where 2 series of active volcanoes that are called the Ring of Fire meet. The following are the most devastating volcanic eruptions that has ever occurred in Indonesia. The eruption of Mount Tambora. Mount Tambora, located in the island of Sumbawa, erupted in 1815, killing an estimated 92,000 people. As a result of the eruption, the 3 kingdoms and their inhabitants who disappeared were buried by volcanic material. After the eruptions, the height of Mount Tambora was cut from what initially rose to 4,300 meters to the remaining 2,772 meters. This event was the most powerful natural disasters in the Dutch East Indies era. The eruption of Mount Krakatau. Mount Krakatau, which is located in the Sunda Strait, erupted on August 26 to 27, 1883. Its eruption caused tsunami waves and hot clouds that swept the coast of Banten and killed no less than 36,000 people. The eruption of Mount Krakatoa spewed volcanic ash that covered the Earth's atmosphere. As a result, the Earth had experienced darkness for up to 2.5 days because the sunlight was covered with volcanic dust. The eruption of Mount Kelut. Since the 15th century, the eruption of Mount Kelut has claimed the lives of more than 15,000 people. The eruption of this mountain in 1586 claimed the lives of more than 10,000 people. On May 20, 1919, Mount Kelut erupted, causing the death of 5,160 people. The boom was heard from as far as Kalimantan, and bursts of volcanic material reached the island of Bali. As the most active volcano, Mount Kelut has erupted 30 times. Mount Kelut is a volcanic mountain that is known to have last erupted in November 2007. This mountain is known to be active 7 years later, in January 2014.
Here I am! Look at this view! Oh, it's so beautiful. The Komodo, the last real dragon on Earth. Enjoying this beautiful morning. Let's find our world-class underwater paradise. Hey, turtle! Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand?
The eruption of Mount Agung. Mount Agung, located on the island of Bali, erupted on March 17, 1963, killing more than 15,000 people. This eruption was the most powerful volcanic eruption in terms of the number of fatalities since Indonesia's independence. Previously, Mount Agung erupted in 1808, 1820, and 1843. Mount Agung has again shown its volcanic activity in eruption in 2017 and 2018. Eruption of Mount Merapi. Mount Merapi, located on the border of Central Java and Yogyakarta, is one of the most active volcanoes. Almost every 2 to 3 years, there are small to large explosions. One of the largest eruptions in recorded history occurred in 1930, which killed about 1,300 people. The eruption of Mount Merapi that we may remember the most is in 2010, which is touted as the largest eruption in the last 100 years and claimed more than 200 lives. Mount Merapi is recorded to have erupted in 1786, 1822, and 1872. The most recent one occurred in 2006, 2010, and 2018. As a country located in Pacific Ring of Fire area, Indonesia cannot be separated from the threat of earthquakes. Data shows that Indonesia is one of the countries that has the highest seismicity rate in the world, more than 10 times the level of seismicity in the United States. Tsunami Flores 1992. An earthquake measuring 7.3 on the Richter scale occurred on December 12, 1992, which triggered a 36-meter high tsunami on Flores Island, East Nusa Tenggara. The disaster is estimated to have killed up to 2,100 people. The Aceh tsunami occurred on December 26, 2004. The tsunami triggered by an earthquake measuring 9.3 on the Richter scale occurred at the depth of 30 km below the seabed and 100 km from the west coast of Aceh. The earthquake caused tsunami waves as high as 9 meters, which then swept across Aceh. This disaster killed more than 220,000 people in Indonesia. This incident also took a toll on areas in peninsular Malaysia, Thailand, India, Sri Lanka, and the east coast of Africa. The Aceh earthquake and tsunami are the most devastating natural disaster with the largest number of casualties in the history of Indonesia. Yogyakarta earthquake. An earthquake rocked the Yogyakarta and Central Java region on 27 May 2006 with a magnitude of 5.9 on the Richter scale. The earthquake that happened early in the morning had killed up to 6,234 people, injured tens of thousands of people, damaged various buildings and historical sites.
So guys, I'm in Malioboro Street now. I'm trying to do batik here. Guys, it's called Wayang Kuli, UNESCO World Heritage. Look at this place, guys. It's so amazing. Great food, friendly people.
It takes months to make ulos.
Inulos mo yan ah. Hirap mo akong makinay na.
This is the famous toe-toe dance. Look at the stunning Holbung Hills. Wow. The fact is, Danau Toba is the biggest caldera lake in the world. So it needs more than just a day to travel here. You have to prove it and see for yourself.
West Sumatra earthquake. The earthquake that occurred in West Sumatra occurred on September 30, 2009. The 7.6 Richter scale earthquake was felt throughout Sumatra, Greater Jakarta, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Singapore. The epicenter of the earthquake was located about 50 kilometers off the northwest coast of the city of Padang with a depth of about 87 kilometers from the surface. In this incident, 1,117 people died. Lombok earthquake. A series of earthquakes in Lombok was first felt on July 29, 2018, with a magnitude of 6.4 on the Richter scale. Since then, there have been a series of aftershocks with a small to large scale that counts hundreds of times. Until now, the recorded death toll has reached 555 people. Palu Donggala earthquake and tsunami. Damage caused by the earthquake followed by a tsunami that hit Palu and Donggala Regency, Central Sulawesi was quite severe. An earthquake with a magnitude of 7.4 on the Richter scale was followed by a tsunami that occurred on Friday afternoon, September 28, 2018, which damaged thousands of buildings and claimed thousands of lives. Indonesia is also not spared from various natural disasters such as floods, landslides, and forest fires.
Welcome to Likupang, a place where the
Strategies to anticipate the decline of the GCI during the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. The 2019 coronavirus disease or COVID-19 pandemic is a non-disaster aspect that has become a serious threat to the business, especially for the capital market in Indonesia. The COVID-19 pandemic suffered shocks and high fluctuation in the Jakarta Composite Index or GCI, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. Policy strategies are needed to anticipate the decline in the GCI during the COVID-19 pandemic. The study aims to examine the effect of tax revenues, interest rates, crude oil prices, gold prices, the Dow Jones Index, and the COVID-19 on the GCI and formulate policy strategies to mitigate the decline in the GCI caused by COVID-19 pandemic. The research was conducted from March to December 2020 and used Vector Error Correction Model or VECM as the research method. The results showed that tax revenues, interest rates, crude oil prices, Dow Jones Index, and the COVID-19 had a significant effect on the GCI in the short term. In addition, crude oil prices and COVID-19 had a significant effect on the GCI in the long term. The short-term policy strategies that can be implemented to anticipate the decline of the GCI are to reduce tax revenues through tax cuts and incentives and increase interest rates. The policy of lowering taxes will be effective after 14 days, while the policy of raising interest rates will be effective after 16 days. In the long term, the decline in the COVID-19 cases will be actually lower the GCI, while the decline in crude oil prices will be increased the GCI. The implication of that result is in order to anticipate the decline in the GCI in the long term only depends on the decline in crude oil prices. It is necessary to increase vigilance in case of a significant rising in crude oil prices.
Hello, my name is Ethel Elias and I'm currently studying at the National Taiwan Normal University. My research name is the Development and Impact of Intercultural Training in Disaster Aiding Nonprofit Organizations. The main purpose of my research is to know how NPOs analyze, design, develop, implement, and evaluate intercultural trainings. Also know the focus that human resources bring to the trainings. I developed my questionnaire based on two main questions. How do NPOs design these trainings, and what trainings are more beneficial for disaster risk reduction? As for the results, they are focused on ADDIE development process. Some of the results found in this research were: first, how important it is for NPO workers to apply real-life experiences in the trainings so they can apply it to different work situations. 2, training in other countries with the interaction with people from different cultures is a major expectation for them to grow and develop themselves. 3, they talk how organizations use technology to facilitate intercultural trainings, as an example, online language classes. 4, they indicated how these trainings can be applied for everyone, not just leadership positions. And at last, how important is the role of HR in this topic. because they are the ones setting the KSAOs and objectives for their work. As a conclusion, we can see how NPO workers find this study important because they interact with people from different cultural backgrounds continuously. It is because of it that it is important to incorporate the disaster risk reduction trainings focused on an intercultural perspective. NPOs can work together to create programs that benefit everyone involved in this topic. This way, the response to disaster risk reduction will be faster and more effective. Thank you.
Ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My poster presentation is about smartphone application during disaster medical related HRTP SB-MEDS programmer test. We are with my friend Dr. Arya Kakali. The goals of this paper is to achieve a TB perseverance can be run and be used as a real condition. The method is survey of 10 programmers who are not the author with closed open questionnaire and use an application and say and process about relevant percentage of an opinion. The result is programmatic tests who are not manufactured show the general description 89% good, about material as 90% good. The conclusion, the response of general 98% good and special, and materially 1980% good and special. It is recommended that equipment with news, download and use gutter guide be prepared for remote areas. I hope it can be good for the doctors. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Wayu Ikan Fitriani. I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Indonesia for Geography major. Today, I'm presenting the results of my study in assessing the vulnerability of the fire residential in East Jakarta City. It's a fact that the city of East Jakarta has a high population, but the availability of special land for it is limited. This is a significant threat to the carrying capacity of the environment to meet human needs, causing disasters corresponding to urban fire. Urban fire is one of the urban disasters that causes physical, material, and loss of life. Special multi-criteria analysis is used to determine the vulnerability of the fire hazard areas in East Jakarta City through physical, social, and economic parameters. The first scenario has the same weight. The second scenario focuses on the condition of the environment, so that the weight given is higher by 60%, while the third scenario considers social aspects that must be considered. Therefore, the social vulnerability assessment has a higher percentage of 40%. Based on the three scenarios, a mapping of urban fire vulnerability areas in East Jakarta was obtained. The subdistricts of Pulau Gadung, Matraman, Jatinegara, Kramat Jati, Duren Sawit, and Ciracas are considered to have a high level of urban fire vulnerability in East Jakarta. This is evidenced by the high value of population density, especially in subdistricts of Matraman, Jatinegara, and Kramat Jati. Therefore, this research is expected to be a further plan in preparing urban fire mitigation, especially in East Jakarta. That's all. Thank you.
Dear audience, I'm Dia and my partner Radita. On this occasion, we will present a scientific poster that we have made based on our research entitled Correlation between Mass Gathering Events, Physical Distancing Non-Compliant Cases, and COVID-19 trends in West Java province from January to June 2021.
Mass gathering event is still considered as a grand challenge in dealing with COVID-19 and becoming a concern sign that leads to the physical distance non-compliances and resulted in the surge of COVID-19 cases.
In this study, a mass gathering event was classified based on its location and correlated with the COVID-19 cases. The study period was 6 months from January to June 20 and 21 and taken place in West Java province, considering that this is a province with large population.
The data were collected through a literature review using media outlets. The results show an increasing trend of COVID-19 cases and confirm increasing numbers of mass gathering events.
The COVID-19 cases were having significant correlations with shopping events and family gathering. According to the locations where the mass gathering event occurred, the mass gathering in indoor has contributed more to the COVID-19 cases rather than outdoor events.
Then it can be concluded that the mass gathering events in the form of shopping activities, mainly in indoor, is a potential contribution for the COVID-19 cases. Thank you very much for your attention. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Before starting my presentation, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Titi Sari, and I come from the Republic of Indonesia Defense University. Allow me to present our research article. The title is Lesson Learned from Japan for Flood Disasters Reduction in Indonesia. Indonesia and Japan are countries that have experienced hydrometeorological disaster, primarily flood disaster, every year. The two countries must experience not a few losses due to improper disaster management. However, along with the times, Japan and expert technology development can reduce flood risk. Japan, as the initiator of other countries, has implemented good practice in disaster risk reduction. That should be followed by Indonesia, which has similar characteristics of flood disaster. This study used a qualitative descriptive method with data collection technique through FGD with professor and researcher from Japan and reviewing disaster risk reduction document. The result of this study indicate that there are several keys to success that Japan has in reducing flood risk, such as A mindset to be able to make disaster a challenge for the better, B, policies and disaster management systems that are structured from the center to the regions, C, encourage the development of science, engineering, technology, and innovation for disaster risk reduction to many sectors. And the last, Japan's ambition in implementing Society 5.0, which is relevant to the RM. Overall, this study aimed to provide lessons on the importance of improving flood disaster risk management in Indonesia. Many things can be learned from the Japanese way of dealing with flood disaster. This research is expected to be a reference for leaders, especially the government, as a policymaker and program implementer. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants of 16th APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium 2021. Such an honor for me given the opportunity to present the result of our research. Our study tried to evaluate the efficacy and safety of antiviral treatment, especially Favipiravir, for COVID-19 patients at Sangla Hospital, Bali. We found that Favipiravir therapy associated with the improvement of clinical condition of COVID-19 patients, but this improvement significantly influenced by the severity of the disease. And the common adverse drug event that we found in favipiravir therapy were gastrointestinal disorder and increasing of hepatic enzyme, but all of them not in serious condition. The causality analysis using Naranjo scale show that adverse drug event include in possible category. So we can conclude that favipiravir therapy is safe and effective for COVID-19 patient. We hope this result can bring the new insight for the COVID-19 therapy in Indonesia. Thank you.
Everybody, I'm Fajrin Fauzan Afandi from BPS Statistic of Indonesia. I will present our research, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on working age population in Central Java. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has become a social reality which not only it has shocked public health but also was having a multi-sectoral horrifying impact on global economics. Many countries around the world have reported their hard times and even downturn on economic growth. This similar economic slowdown situation also occurred in Central Java, one of major provinces in Indonesia. Our study aims to provide a clear and deep description about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the working age population and to find out the probabilities of persons whom on that category working age population to be affected by the COVID-19 pandemic based on their demographic and occupational characteristics in Central Java province. The result indicate that 3.96 million of working age population in Central Java were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, both those who become unemployed and those who experience working loss hours. Pandemic hit millennial generation, the cohort who were born between 1980 and 1995 harder than any other cohort, either X generation, G generation, or baby boomers. In terms of field of business category, people who work in manufacturing industry are the most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by the people who work in retail and educational service categories. The working age population in Central Java with the following characteristic: it is female from the baby boomers cohort, people live in rural areas, people work in agricultural sector, people do not use the internet at work, neither work in crowd, has a higher probability to not being affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. That will be all. Thank you for your attention.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Iqbal Hatami from Geophysical Engineering, Bandung Institute of Technology. And I'm here to present my poster with the title Identification and Mapping of Tsunami Evacuation Route in Panggarangan Village, Lebak District, Banten Province, Indonesia. Potential tsunami disaster caused by megathrust threatens Panggarangan Village, Lebak, Banten. Therefore, it is necessary to improve community preparedness, one of which is by fulfilling the UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready Indicator number 5 regarding the making of an easy-to-understand tsunami evacuation route map. The activity begins with drawing evacuation map collaborated with local community. After that, a field survey is carried out for identifying, tracking, and geotagging of evacuation route and evacuation site based on the maps that have been mapped previously. Based on the field survey, the location of public and economic facilities was also mapped as well as several suggestions regarding the placement of evacuation sites, additional evacuation sites, and road repairs. The collected data from field survey is then processed into GIS and Google My Maps to result a tsunami evacuation route map. The map will later be placed on the information board in Panggarangan Village. With this evacuation route map, it is hoped that the people of Panggarangan Village, Lebak, Banten would know the evacuation routes and evacuation sites so that it can improve community preparedness of tsunami threat. I also would like to say thank you to Dr. Endra Gunawan, Dr. Nuraini Ramanifa, and Dr. Renat Wiwinwindu Pranata, and to the all community and organization who has helped in make of tsunami evacuation map of Panggarangan Village. I think it is all from me. Thank you for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum. Greeting. I am Dr. Firman and my dozen Dr. Kasyanul Dr. Dwi Somarko and Dr. Dwi Unia from Occupational Medicine Specialist, Medical Faculty of Indonesia University. Sharing an occupational medicine case report with title Cement Irritant Contact Dermatitis in a Construction Helper. There is case presentation. A man, 23 years old who works as a construction helper, comes to the skin clinic with complaints since about 1 year ago that he has itching, dryness and cracks on his right and left hands after contact with cement while working. The irritating and alkalinity effects of potassium dichromate on cement synergistically interfere with the skin barrier function, facilitating penetration and causing contact sensitization to chromate after many years. In this case, the right and left manus regions erythema, scale, fissure and lichenification are visible. Can be look at picture more lichenification predominant, deep burn like to irritant than sensitizer of allergen. Occupational recommendation for irritant contact dermatitis related to work includes education. The principle of prevention is to avoid chemical irritants and using moisturizer on hands before wearing gloves. Control to measure the environment and biomonitoring of chrome, silica iron dust, illuminate to prevent skin and respiratory problems. Personal protective equipment use leather gloves prevent contact with irritants. Fit to work that the feasibility assessment is temporary unfit until the inflammatory process and pain have subsided, seeking immediate treatment to relieve inflammation and pain, then prevent infection. Return to work is not required in case of skin with no handicap. Tracing the same complaint on other workers. Impairment compensation. Determining the disability presentation according to AMA 6th edition at Class 1 as 9%. Thank you for attention. Wassalamualaikum.
Hello, thank you so much for the given opportunity to explain about our research on fire risk mapping in Sector 2 and 3 of East Jakarta region of DKI Jakarta Province. In 2020, there were 5,043 cases of fire and rescue, and the area that experiencing the most frequent cases was South Jakarta and followed by East Jakarta. The method used in this study was cross-sectional with non-probabilistic stratified sampling, and data were verified through focus group discussion with the representative of local fire department in Sector 2 and 3. The study was conducted in 7 urban villages in Sector 2 and Sector 3 respectively. The results of both sectors show same average of 62.2% and classified as having a heavy fire risk. In accordance with the result of study of Sector 2, the variable that needs to be improved is the condition of the city hydrants. Meanwhile, in Sector 3, the highest score about resident business activities that have the potential to cause fires, such as welding activities in workshop, cooking in restaurant, and also home industries. Recommendation for improvement in Sector 2 are providing adequate city hydrants and access to extinguishing roads. And for Sector 3, local fire department can improve fire risk management for city residents and industries in the area. And to realize DKI Jakarta as a smart city, an early warning system can be developed to identify a fire hazard in certain area. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Sultan Samudra Rizky Sukarnayan, and I am to present a poster based on a paper with the title of Disaster Management Institution Development Model in Jember District. It is stated that government institutions or agencies tend to embark on innovative springs which are very dependent on leadership models and characteristics are some of the requirements for government or institutes and institutions that are innovative and keep up with the changing times. It is some of the bureaucratic prerequisites needed for the development of public sector institutions, as formulated by Milton J. Esman in Wibawa, states that institutions must have internal aspects, namely leaders, doctrines, or principles of good governance, programs, resources, and regulations, their technical mechanisms. On the other hand, institutions need to interact with external forces or linkage with either government and non-government organizations. Disaster management institutions in Jember Agency have not fully compiled complete with disaster management institutional elements at the national level. For example, there are differences in the leader's structure or the head of the agency held by echelon to be level of the head of the OPD, so that the democratic leadership style is critical, suitable for executing a coordinating management function. The intended association is to enable linkage, functional linkage, normative linkage, and dysfunctional linkage. And this is the end of the presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Small islands in Indonesia are generally used for conservation areas, tourist destinations, and settlements. Due to their relatively small size, the availability of natural resources and environmental services are more limited than the big island. These problems drive the need to determine the environmental carrying capacity of a small island so that existing resources can be used sustainably without disturbing the environment. Pahawang Island is one of the small islands in Margapundu District, Pesawaran Regency, Lampung Province. This study aims to analyze the carrying capacity of residential land and the protected function of Pahawang Island. The method of calculating the carrying capacity of land for settlements and protected functions is carried out based on the function and purpose of land. The results show that the status of the settlement carrying capacity of Pahawang Island is very high, with the DDPM value of about 25, meaning that Pahawang Island is still able to accommodate a population about 25 times the population in 2021, or about 40,000 people, assuming the area suitable for settlement is constant. Meanwhile, the carrying capacity of the protected function is in the good category, with the value of DDL is 0.654. This also shows that the Pahawang Island area is in a good condition to preserve the environment. Recommendations that can be given for land management on Pahawang Island are 1. The establishment of an area suitable for settlement, and 2. Protection of the protected function area.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Rahmal Stendini. I am a public health lecturer of health science faculty in Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor. In this community empowerment project, our team worked closely with a village midwife and non-communicable disease, Posbindu, or known as Posbindu PTM agents in Ciarutan Udik village, Cibung Bulang, Bogor. Several problems were found based on our identification. Firstly, the Posbindu PTM does not run regularly. Second problem was a lot of hypertension cases were found. Therefore, we want to develop a hypertension prevention program through DASH diet implementation. DASH is a certain form of dietary approach to stop hypertension. This project aimed to strengthen the capability of Posbindu PTM agents regarding hypertension control with DASH. DASH diet is a balanced nutritional diet that emphasizes low intake of salt and fat, but lots of vegetables, fruits, nuts, and seeds. The interventions carried out were a campaign about hypertension control during the pandemic, risk factors of hypertension, and hypertension prevention through Jordic behavior. Later on, the agents were also given DASH diet materials through virtual discussions in the WhatsApp group and DASH diet guidebook. There was also a challenge to the agents to make local menus according to DASH diet. As a result, their knowledge increased and they can arrange the menu according to DASH diet principle. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present the result of our research entitled Description of Basic Needs of Disaster-Affected Communities in Villages in Banten Province according to women's perspective. This study aims to determine the level of basic need fulfillment on people affected by the disaster in Banyu Biru village according to women's perspective holistically, based on biological, psychological, socio-cultural, and spiritual aspects. The design of this research is descriptive analysis. The study was conducted on 80 respondents who were selected using a simple random sampling techniques. The result of this study indicate that the data distribution is not normal, so that the median value is used as a cut-off point. In the end, the result of the community basic needs fulfilled by 52.5% or more than half of the community are fulfilled. Furthermore, this research is expected to be an illustration for the nurses, government, and other sectors that are involved in paying more attention to the needs of affected communities following their characteristics in post-disaster rehabilitation. Thank you for your attention.
This paper presents the urgency of digital preservations with case study of collections at the Nepal Museum. The remaining paper is organized as follows: discusses the study literature related to digital preservations at Nepal Museum, including describes the research method of this study, the results and discussion, and present the conclusions of the research. Two earthquakes that occurred in the year 2015 has destroyed parts of central Nepal. 9,000 people lost their lives. Since the beginning of the start phase of relief and recovery humanity, United Nations agencies aid-related promises to build back in Nepal with more good. Help that is done in the form of recovery of collections with utilization preservations of collection. After doing the analysis of the second type of preservations is a preservation manual in the form of preservation collections are done through workshop, which can require time that is relatively much longer than the preservations of digital, reasonably require a time more briefly by way of storing information collection into digital shape records. So from that can be drawn conclusions on the study of cases of times this kind of preservations of digital. It is more superior than the preservation manual, based on the study which has been done to preserve what is done at the Museum of Nepal. The authors suggest for the future preservations of digital. It can be implemented in more rapidly and can be complete in a time that is much shorter. The authors would like to express their appreciation for the support of the sponsor, and the article has been presented in APRU Multi-Hazard.
Telenursing application in improving the quality of home care nursing services during the COVID-19 pandemic literature review. Telenursing is a type of nursing service as a result of the development of health technology and home care services using communication. These studies aim to identify the application of telenursing in improving the quality of home care nursing services during the COVID-19 pandemic. The studies used in this article consist of literature review and cross-sectional survey. Telenursing services can be an alternative service if the number of health workers is less. Telenursing services can be used for patients with degenerative disorder who required a long treatment because without condition and can reduce costs. Nurses, patients, and families can be relied upon by using telephone, whether voice and video calls. They can be accepted and applied conveniently over long distance. Telenursing is quite in home care nursing services. Client can be efficient in the cost and time of travel to health services. Udah, Bah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. Before I begin my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Dewi Kartika. You can call me Dewi. I'm from Institute of Health Medicine in Lubuk Pakam. Okay, here I would like to give a presentation about COVID-19 Preparedness Analysis of Deli Serdang Regional General Hospital, Lubuk Pakam, Indonesia. I will begin by explaining background. Based on INARIS application, Deli Serdang Hospital at moderate level for COVID-19. Deli Serdang Hospital over capacity in accommodating COVID patients. Below is a table of result of Deli Serdang Hospital in overcoming COVID-19. There are 12 components that are assessed. From the table above, we can see that Deli Serdang Hospital is included in the classification B for disaster preparedness. We can conclude that Deli Serdang Hospital needs strengthening some elements to be done to support hospital. Okay, that's the percentage I can show. More and less, I apologize. I close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good day, everyone.
My research is early warning and incident coordination strategy for implementing local DRR system in Sri Lanka. There are two main administrative systems are presently occupied in Sri Lanka. However, only one mechanism has predominantly engaged to the disaster early warning and engaged emergency coordination, which is especially the national government administrative setup. The local authority administrative setup has not been utilized, even there are sufficient capacity capability available. All these mechanisms working in ICS base. National Incident Coordination responsibility undertaken by the Disaster Management Center. It is laid down with the District Secretary, Divisional Secretariat, and the Government divisions. However, local authority should be integrated with the existing channel to strengthen the early warning and incident coordination in the system. There are provincial setups, political leaderships, resource capability and capacity, and well-organized administrative structure can be utilized for this. Even in the Disaster Management Council, chaired by the President, and in that their council structure that clearly indicate the impact of local authority and the importance of that. Integration of both administrative structure in the proper manner can be substantially reduce the disaster mortality, affected people, economic losses in like 7 targets. And finally, my conclusion is local authority administrative setup should be utilized to the DR activities in Sri Lanka for the early warning and incident coordination strategy to efficient and effective manner. My research is early warning and incident coordination strategy for implementing local DRR system in Sri Lanka. There are two main administrative systems are presently occupied in Sri Lanka. However, only one mechanism has predominantly engaged to the disaster early warning and engaged emergency coordination, which is especially the national government administrative setup. The local authority administrative setup has not been utilized, even there are sufficient capacity capability available. All these mechanisms working in ICS base. National Incident Coordination responsibility undertaken by the Disaster Management Center. It is laid down with the District Secretary, Divisional Secretariat, and the Government divisions. However, local authority should be integrated with the existing channel to strengthen the early warning and incident coordination in the system. There are provincial setups, political leaderships, resource capability and capacity, and well-organized administrative structure can be utilized for this. Even in the Disaster Management Council, chaired by the President, and in that their council structure that clearly indicate the impact of local authority and the importance of that. Integration of both administrative structure in the proper manner can be substantially reduce the disaster mortality, affected people, economic losses in like 7 targets. And finally, my conclusion is local authority administrative setup should be utilized to the DR activities in Sri Lanka for the early warning and incident coordination strategy to efficient and effective manner.
Treatment adherence and incidence of coronary heart disease in type 2 diabetes mellitus patient 4-year follow-up to the PTM Bogor Core Study Indonesia. Diabetes mellitus is associated with 2 to 4-fold increased risk of death from heart disease. Based on the prior study, both uncontrolled blood sugar and long-term use of several types of anti-diabetes drugs have the potential to increase the risk of coronary heart disease. This can be a serious problem for patients with diabetes mellitus because it means that both treatment and no treatment can increase the risk of coronary heart disease. It was conducted as an initial study to assess the treatment adherence behavior of type 2 diabetes mellitus patients and to assess whether there was a difference in the risk of coronary heart disease after 4-year observation. All study subjects were not diagnosed with coronary heart disease at the beginning of the study. The sample was divided in 2 groups. One group had adhered to the treatment from health center and followed the treatment instruction, we call adherent group, while the other had not followed the treatment instruction, we call non-adherent group. Out of 5,690 subjects, 276 were eligible to be study subject. 84 subjects in adherent group and 192 subjects in non-adherent group. The incidence of coronary heart disease in the non-adherent group was 2.3% higher than the adherent group. The non-adherent group had a 1.7 times greater risk of developing coronary heart disease than the adherent group, but not statistically significant. Uncontrolled LDL increased by 3.5 times the likelihood of coronary heart disease, while increased physical activity lowered the risk of coronary heart disease by 78%. In this study, the number of non-adherent type 2 diabetes mellitus patients was higher than the adherent. After observed over 4 years, non-adherent type 2 diabetes mellitus patients had a greater risk of developing coronary heart disease than adherent type 2 diabetes mellitus patients.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and respectful judges. Such honor, I'm Dila Ramadan and Nizam Manur Hidayat from Indonesia Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics Jakarta. Want to share to you about characteristic and projection of tourism comfort level in Banyuwangi Regency. Okay, we begin it all. Start from the introduction. That tourism are affected by climate change that be impactful, depend on geographical location and type of activity. Data was little or come from projection and observational data, and then we collect them into one. After that, we calculate some estimate climate data, such as the temperature, relative humidity, and sunshine duration. After that, we calculate some thermal comfort with normal effective temperature, and we calculate last one is tourism comfort level with TCI. The result was along outside of Banyuwangi Regency, they have any comfortable value. And then if you want to specify them of the value with the maps, that in the maximum value, they have any very comfortable level in July and August with excellent category. Especially in Asian crater, they have any comfortable value. And the next one is the minimum value of the comfort level is have any comfortable value in December and January with a good until marginal category. After that, especially in the southern of the Banyuwangi, that have any uncomfortable value. The last of the result that identified of this relationship with the TCI and tourism visit, that relationship of that is only 29%, meanwhile does not have any important influence by increasing of the number of tourist visits. And the result of that, 71%, that have many non-climatic factors. This effect, we must be known in the past of 10 years, this region that have any decline with recraft city and the changing into the sunrise of Java in the past of 10 years. I think that's all of this. Hopefully this is very useful for you. And thank you very much and goodbye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Here, my name is Muhammad Ajmaru. Will be presenting online larva farm monitoring and improvement in the quality of information and records for the prevention of dengue, hemorrhagic fever clusters. The teams are Muhammad Ajmaru, Rihu Destuti, Hari Basuki Notobroto, M. Farid Galusno, and Aldio Yuda Trisandi. We divided this poster into few parts: the introduction, the results, the methods, the positives, and also the negatives, and also the conclusion. For the introduction, dengue hemorrhagic fever is an endemic endemic disease in many countries that is transmitted by mosquitoes. And on March 11, 2020, WHO has declared that COVID-19 as a pandemic that occurs worldwide. And alongside the COVID-19 pandemic, here comes the new MCO policy, Movement Control Order, causes limited community activity and mobility, including activities for controlling the hemorrhagic fever. So we collect the information from few articles that it could be we utilize the online technology for dengue hemorrhagic fever control, such as the larva monitoring. So this is the poster. Thank you.
Introduce myself. My name is Fitra Nurrahim. I want to present the result of my research. The title is Fire Risk Mapping Analysis for East Jakarta. Fires have become a problem in city with high population density condition. One of them is DKI Jakarta. Based on the data from the Jakarta Provincial Fire and Rescue Service in 2016, there were 1,171 fire cases, and then we can see that fires causes a lot of loss of lives, materials, and the environment. Therefore, to minimize the risk of fire in area, mitigation steps that need to prevent and control fires are by analyzing and mapping regional fire risks. This research used semi-quantitative approach with the method of FGD, questionnaires, and etc. And the percentage value was classified into 5 levels of fire risk. And then the result, based on the graph, it can be seen that the percentage of fire risk in each hamlet area for each element. Overall, of 15 areas that were observed, most of them were classified as moderate fire risks, as many as 11 areas, and 4 areas were classified as severe risks. The spider map illustrated the average fire risk score for each element in 15 hamlets area. Based on the graph, it showed that were several aspects that had a high risk of fire or caused the area to be prone to fires. Based on the result of the analysis, the main aspect or factor that most influence the level of fire risk are distance between building, city hydrant, etc. It can be seen in the spider map. Next, so the conclusion, the writer provided several recommendations, namely reducing the hazard aspect by educating and training, such as how to use gas stove. The recommendation is educating the public to use building material that comply with standards, work procedures, and carry out road control so that there are no obstacle to access the fire engine unit. Another recommendation is establishing a SKL or balakar, checking and filling out fire extinguishers regularly, and there is a need for additional fire station, existence of alternative firefighting vehicle that can access narrow routes, implement road control.
As you know, since year 2020, world and specifically Indonesia is struck by the outbreak of COVID-19. Many countries and companies damaged economically and take huge death tolls. Adding to the pandemic situation, the increasing trend of natural disasters in Indonesia, it is necessary to handle and manage such disruptive conditions like that. We can anticipate it through a business continuity management system. The existence of BCM in the company is a tool to be able to control and evaluate so that the company can continue to run normally in the midst of disruption. The bank is also supervised by the Bank Indonesia as a regulator and the Financial Service (OJK) to have strategic procedures for operational sustainability and IT sustainability. The banking sector is one of the industrial sectors that has been hit hard by COVID-19. The drastic decline in credit distributions to the readiness to continue to provide services at branch office while still prioritizing health protocols is a challenge for banks so that the business activities can continue. The worst impact is from the operational side, despite to continue provide optimum service to customers, but on the other hand, cannot ignore the health of its employee as the company's main asset. Bank Mandiri adopting BCM standards such as Business Continuity Institute Good Practice Guidelines and also ISO 22301. BCM in Bank Mandiri consists for components: emergency response plan, business continuity plan, disaster recovery plan, and the last one is crisis management plan. Implementation BCM in order to respond COVID-19, there are some strategies such as cultural program health protocol, change agent called COVID Ranger, set regulation, work from home, maximum room occupancy, vaccine acceleration, and the last one is encouraging customers to use digital channel. BCM implementation is continuous and must be embedded in the corporate culture so that it can achieve organizational resilience. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rizky Karini from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Indonesia. On this occasion, I will bring our group material about safety of favipiravir as antiviral agent against COVID-19 and update systematic review. A better understanding of the emerging antiviral side effect of favipiravir in COVID-19 patients from recent studies is critical to adopt effective treatments for COVID-19. The purpose of this article is to review the safety of using favipiravir in the treatment of the SARS-CoV-2 infection based on the incidence of adverse event in patients diagnosed with COVID-19 and hospitalized. The systematic review includes original and complete article obtained through PubMed, Scopus, Science Direct, Spring Holding, and medRxiv. We use several specific keywords including favipiravir, SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, adverse events, and side effects. 12 articles were suitable with the criteria set by the author. The study selection flowchart can be seen in Figure 1. We selected 8 studies of the effectiveness and observed side effect of favipiravir in the treatment of COVID-19. There are also 4 adverse event case reported during or after taking favipiravir. The dominant adverse events that occurred are elevation of blood uric acid and liver enzyme, diarrhea, and throat fever, but statistically insignificant than the comparator. This paper was limited to the setting in trial site and adult population. This caused the finding to be less applicable to younger population in COVID-19. Based on our review, we conclude the use of favipiravir in the treatment of COVID-19 causes side effects such as diarrhea, change in liver enzyme, and increased blood uric acid, but it is dose-dependent and insignificant compared to other antiviruses. The development of incidence report and antiviral side effect in a special population such as children, pregnant women, and impaired organ function is important to improve the efficacy and safety of COVID-19 therapy. Thank you so much for your attention.
Welcome to Indonesia. Indonesia is a rich archipelagic country with more than 17,000 islands stretching from Sabang to Merauke. The infinite natural resources, natural beauty that stretches from Sabang to Merauke make the charm of Indonesian tourism famous and worldwide. Tourism in Indonesia is an important component of the Indonesian economy as well as a significant source of its improvement in the living standards. 5 Super Priority Destinations is a new program launched by the government in order to make destinations not only attractive to tourists but also to grow a creative economic ecosystem that involves local residents. Lake Toba of North Sumatra is the largest volcanic lake in the world. Borobudur Temple of Central Java is the single most visited tourist attraction in the country by tourists. Mandalika of West Nusa Tenggara, the host the 2021 MotoGP World Racing event. Labuan Bajo of East Nusa Tenggara. Komodo Island is the only natural habitat for Komodo dragons in the world. Likupang of North Sulawesi is marine tourism with beautiful beaches and underwater panorama. But behind its beauty, Indonesia has a number of disasters. Geographically, Indonesia is an archipelagic country located at the confluence of 4 tectonic plates, that is the Asian continent plate, the Australian continent plate, the Indian Ocean plate, and the Pacific Ocean. In the southern and eastern part of Indonesia, there is a volcanic arc that extends from the island of Sumatra to Java, Nusa Tenggara, Sulawesi, whose sides are all volcanic mountains and lowlands that are partly dominated by swamps. Those conditions are prone to disasters such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, and landslides. Indonesia has more than 400 volcanoes and 130 of them are active volcanoes. Most of the volcanoes are located on the seabed and are not visible from the sea level. Indonesia is the place where 2 series of active volcanoes that are called the Ring of Fire meet. The following are the most devastating volcanic eruptions that has ever occurred in Indonesia. The eruption of Mount Tambora. Mount Tambora, located in the island of Sumbawa, erupted in 1815, killing an estimated 92,000 people. As a result of the eruption, the 3 kingdoms and their inhabitants who disappeared were buried by volcanic material. After the eruptions, the height of Mount Tambora was cut from the what initially rose to 4,300 meters to the remaining 2,772 meters. This event was the most powerful natural disasters in the Dutch East Indies era. The eruption of Mount Krakatau. Mount Krakatau, which is located in the Sunda Strait, erupted on August 26 to 27, 1883. Its eruption caused tsunami waves and hot clouds that swept the coast of Banten and killed no less than 36,000 people. The eruption of Mount Krakatoa spewed volcanic ash that covered the Earth's atmosphere. As a result, the Earth had experienced darkness for up to 2.5 days because the sunlight was covered with volcanic dust. The eruption of Mount Kelut. Since the 15th century, the eruption of Mount Kelut has claimed the lives of more than 15,000 people. The eruption of this mountain in 1586 claimed the lives of more than 10,000 people. On May 20, 1919, Mount Kelut erupted, causing the death of 5,160 people. The boom was heard from as far as Kalimantan, and bursts of volcanic material reached the island of Bali. As the most active volcano, Mount Kelut has erupted 30 times. Mount Kelut is a volcanic mountain that is known to have last erupted in November 2007. This mountain is known to be active 7 years later, in January 2014.
Here I am, Labuan Bajo! Look at this view. Oh, it's so beautiful. The Komodo, the last real dragon on Earth. Enjoying this beautiful morning. Let's find out underwater paradise. Hey, turtle! Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand?
The eruption of Mount Agung. Mount Agung, located on the island of Bali, erupted on March 17, 1963, killing more than 15,000 people. This eruption was the most powerful volcanic eruption in terms of the number of fatalities since Indonesia's independence. Previously, Mount Agung erupted in 1808, 1820, and 1843. Mount Agung has again shown its volcanic activity in eruption in 2017 and 2018. Eruption of Mount Merapi. Mount Merapi, located on the border of Central Java and Yogyakarta, is one of the most active volcanoes. Almost every 2 to 3 years, there are small to large explosions. One of the largest eruptions in recorded history occurred in 1930, which killed about 1,300 people. The eruption of Mount Merapi that we may remember the most is in 2010, which is touted as the largest eruption in the last 100 years and claimed more than 200 lives. Mount Merapi is recorded to have erupted in 1786, 1822, and 1872. The most recent one occurred in 2006, 2010, and 2018. As a country located in the Pacific Ring of Fire area, Indonesia cannot be separated from the threat of earthquakes. Data shows that Indonesia is one of the countries that has the highest seismicity rate in the world, more than 10 times the level of seismicity in the United States. Tsunami Flores 1992. An earthquake measuring 7.3 on the Richter scale occurred on December 12, 1992, which triggered a 36-meter high tsunami on Flores Island, East Nusa Tenggara. The disaster is estimated to have killed up to 2,100 people. The Aceh tsunami occurred on December 26, 2004. The tsunami, triggered by an earthquake measuring 9.3 on the Richter scale, occurred at a depth of 30 km below the seabed and 100 km from the west coast of Aceh. The earthquake caused tsunami waves as high as 9 meters, which then swept across Aceh. This disaster killed more than 220,000 people in Indonesia. This incident also took a toll on areas in peninsular Malaysia, Thailand, India, Sri Lanka, and the east coast of Africa. The Aceh earthquake and tsunami are the most devastating natural disaster with the largest number of casualties in the history of Indonesia. Yogyakarta earthquake. An earthquake rocked the Yogyakarta and Central Java region on 27 May 2006 with a magnitude of 5.9 on the Richter scale. The earthquake that happened early in the morning had killed up to 6,234 people, injured tens of thousands of people, damaged various buildings and historical sites.
Sup guys, I'm in Malioboro Street now. I'm trying to do batik here. Guys, it's called Wayang Kuli, UNESCO World Heritage. Look at this place, guys. It's so amazing. Great food, friendly people.
It takes months to make ulos.
Inulos mo yan ang hirap makinay na.
This is the famous Toto dance. Look at the stunning Holbung Hills. Wow. The fact is, Danau Toba is the biggest caldera lake in the world. So it needs more than just a day to travel here. You have to prove it and see for yourself.
West Sumatra earthquake. The earthquake that occurred in West Sumatra occurred on September 30, 2009. The 7.6 Richter scale earthquake was felt throughout Sumatra, Greater Jakarta, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Singapore. The epicenter of the earthquake was located about 50 kilometers off the northwest coast of the city of Padang, with a depth of about 87 kilometers from the surface. In this incident, 1,117 people died. Lombok earthquake. A series of earthquakes in Lombok was first felt on July 29, 2018, with a magnitude of 6.4 on the Richter scale. Since then, there have been a series of aftershocks with a small to large scale that counts hundreds of times. Until now, the recorded death toll has reached 555 people. Palu Donggala earthquake and tsunami. Damage caused by the earthquake followed by a tsunami that hit Palu and Donggala Regency, Central Sulawesi was quite severe. An earthquake with a magnitude of 7.4 on the Richter scale was followed by a tsunami that occurred on Friday afternoon, September 28, 2018, which damaged thousands of buildings and claimed thousands of lives. Indonesia is also not spared from various natural disasters such as floods, landslides, and forest fires.
Welcome to Likupang, a place where the ocean embraces you with the bluish of the water waiting for us to explore it. Enjoy the beautiful underwater park. You're welcome to explore every corner of it. Feel the sensation, free yourself, free your imagination, dance with the native, absorb in happiness, imagination indefinitely, here at Likupang.
Oh, wonderful Indonesia.
Greetings everyone. Welcome aboard in this amazing journey. It is a pleasure for us to have you all here today. Allow me to take you on an expedition into the life of a medical student of the international class of the best medical faculty in Indonesia, the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. Arriving at the first year of your study, you will meet lots of new friends, those who will turn into family and accompany you throughout your entire journey. You will also go through a variety of subjects that serves as the foundation for the more complex medical subjects coming up ahead. The Faculty of Medicine Universitas Indonesia doesn't just equip you with the knowledge and skills to become a doctor, but also offers a collection of platforms for students to develop themselves holistically, starting from organizational programs, sports activities, and also artistic skills. Coming into the second and third years, students will be given the opportunity to develop their clinical skills. During this time, students will undergo the basic clinical skills class, where they will be taught on how to perform clinical procedures necessary for a medical doctor later on. In the fourth year, students of the international class program will depart for the research year. As a part of their double degree program, students can choose to study in one of our partner universities, which are Newcastle University, University of Melbourne, and Monash University. As students come back home from their respective universities abroad, they will then enter co-assistant life and go through clinical rotations. Here, students will use all the knowledge and competencies that they have gained throughout their preclinical and research years into practice. Students will practice their skills in various hospitals such as Rumah Sakit Cipto Mangunkusumo and Rumah Sakit Universitas Indonesia during the last 2 years of their medical school journey. At last, the students have reached their final destination. After embarking on a long journey, students have now completed all the necessary courses and will then become a medical doctor.
In this digital age, information technology has become an integral part of human life. People use technology to facilitate all kinds of activities in various aspects of life, such as the economy, education, transportation, social, and health. Established under the name of Computer Science Center of Universitas Indonesia in 1972, the Faculty of Computer Science Universitas Indonesia is based across two sites, Depok, West Java, as well as Salemba, Jakarta, both located in the Greater Jakarta area. The faculty is the unique place for people who are curious and passionate about innovating and working in technology, especially in the fields of computer science and information systems. The fields of computer science and information systems are both related to technology, but there is a fundamental difference between the two. Computer science is about developing technical solutions for problems such as operating systems, algorithms, multimedia, information security, artificial intelligence, data science, and others. While the information system is about applying and integrating these technical solutions to address organizational or business problems. A computer science academic program is designed to include extensive knowledge in computer science, ranging from basic knowledge such as programming and how the computer works, up to advanced knowledge such as software engineering, artificial intelligence, and infrastructure and security. On the other hand, an information system academic program does not only include basic knowledge, such as those studied under the Computer Science Study Program, but also the foundation in the fields of business administration and management, which help prepare students to develop, utilize, and manage information systems or information technology. The faculty has two academic programs at the undergraduate level, namely a Bachelor of Computer Science and Bachelor of Information Systems. For those who are interested in computer science, the faculty also provides an international undergraduate program in computer science with an opportunity to earn a double degrees in collaboration with partnering universities overseas. At the master level, the faculty offers a Master of Computer Science and a Master of Information Technology programs. For both of these master's programs, the faculty also provides an opportunity for students to complete them through a double degree with an international partner university. At the doctoral level, the faculty offers a Doctorate in Computer Science program, which has produced many leading scientists and researchers in the fields of computer science and information systems.
Faculty of Computer Science Universitas Indonesia has a vision as a center of excellence in computer science and information systems that is recognized by the international scientific community, well organized, and contributes significantly to increasing the competitiveness of Indonesia as a nation. To achieve our vision, we commit to implement 3 goals, namely excellent education, professional research and service, as well as the outreach programs.
As a nationally accredited institution, Faculty of Computer Science Universitas Indonesia is widely recognized as the leading academic institution in computer science and information systems. At national level, our students have been part of the Universitas Indonesia's team that has become the reigning champion in the largest ICT competition series for Indonesian students, locally known as Gemastik. The Universitas Indonesia's team has won the annual Gemastik 8 times, including 5 times in a row in 2016 to 2020. At the international level, the faculty also routinely gain notable achievements, such as at the 43rd Annual World Finals of the International Collegiate Programming Contest or ICPC, where Universitas Indonesia was ranked 21st in the world, tied with other top universities in the world. The excellence of education and research at the faculty is also recognized by various international ranking institutions. A recent ranking publication by Quacquarelli-Simons World University Ranking by Subject 2021 places Universitas Indonesia at number 251 to 300 in the world in the fields of computer science and information systems. The faculty has a team of excellent teaching staff who graduated from various top universities in the world. Many of our professors or teaching staff are also leading researchers in their respective field. Equipped with strong pedagogical skills and educational background, our professors or teaching staff are ready to produce a new generation of experts in the fields of computer science and information systems. The faculty provides various amenities and facilities that can support the learning process and various student activities. Starting from a comfortable classroom, libraries with huge collections, spacious halls and auditoriums, computer labs, to advanced computing facilities such as a supercomputer, which is readily available at the Tokopedia UI Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence. Our student body is a melting pot with best students coming from all parts of the Indonesian archipelago. These students take part in a rich tradition of academic activities, which include 2 flagship international scientific conferences held by the faculty every year, or other programs, such as the Teaching Assistantship or the Fellowship Program. Apart from academic activities, students are also encouraged to develop non-academic skills, which are accommodated by various student organization activities, such as the Student Executive Board and other student organizations or autonomous bodies. In addition, our students are also known for their ability to organize extraordinary events, one of which is the annual ComFest event, that is recognized as the biggest student-run event in ICT in Indonesia. This is in addition to other student communities or clubs which provides an avenue for personal development in sports and the arts. Research and development is one of key activities at the faculty. Our staff and students are encouraged to produce works and solutions that address contemporary problems faced by both global and local communities. Our research contributions are not only in the form of basic and theoretical research, but also in application of various forms, ranging from software, information systems, to intelligence systems based on robotics and artificial intelligence. More than 6,000 alumni with a network spread across 7 continents. The majority of our alumni started working while still in university. While some of our graduates are employed in various companies and institutions, such as big tech companies in Silicon Valley, startups, consulting companies, research and education institutions, others have become entrepreneurs starting their own companies. Some of the companies founded by our graduates have been successfully acquired, listed on the stock exchange, and their founders have also been rewarded many prestigious international awards.
Fasilkom UI menjadi bagian tak terlupakan dalam hidup saya. Ia seperti rumah kedua bagi saya, tempat di mana saya terbuka matanya untuk menjadi orang yang lebih baik dari hari ke hari.
Saya percaya di zaman-zaman kuliah itu sebetulnya pembentukan karakter, pembentukan mentalitas gitu. Dan UI itu is a very good place for me to have a good character.
Fasilkom UI telah memberikan saya banyak sekali ruang untuk mengembangkan diri, mulai dari pembelajarannya yang selalu mendorong untuk berpikir kritis, hingga kegiatan-kegiatan non-akademis seperti Kompes, panitiaan yang diadakan tiap tahun, dan juga organisasi-organisasi seperti BEM, Ristek, yang tak hanya meningkatkan soft skill saya, namun juga membantu saya mengeksplorasi passion saya dalam bidang IT.
By implementing the 3 duties of higher education or Tridharma, namely education and teaching, research, and community service, the Faculty of Computer Science Universitas Indonesia is at the forefront of producing the best graduate for Indonesia and the world.
The Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia, FEBUI, is a modern, dynamic, and welcoming campus, a place to study for the nation's future leaders. Situated in 2 strategic locations, Depok and Salemba, we are fully committed to contribute to the development of knowledge in economics and business, and to nurture future leaders with a sense of social responsibility and the ability to address global environmental changes. For over 65 years, we have produced the country's best graduates that will potentially play important roles both in the Indonesian government and the private sector.
So my name is Thijs Hesselmans, I'm from Blanda, and one of the many things I like about Fakultas Ekonomi and Business Universitas Indonesia is that the campus is really green. It's wonderful.
In the future, we are aiming to become Asia's leading economics and business learning center, which contributes to the development of Indonesia and the global community. FEBUI has 3 departments: the Department of Economics, the Department of Management, and the Department of Accounting, with specified courses such as With more than 65 years of experience as a prestigious educational institution in Indonesia, we have become one of the few that consistently produce the best graduates in the country. The development of FEBUI is not only limited in the standard degree education, but also in non-degree education, research, and consulting. Through cooperation, we always strive to provide benefits for both parties involved.
Hi, I'm Narumi Ishikawa from Japan Chiba University. Thank you for FEB to expanding my knowledge. Thank you for Universitas Indonesia. Terima kasih banyak.
Currently, there are plenty of FEBUI graduates who occupy key positions both in the government and private companies, local and international. The Faculty of Economics and Business University of Indonesia welcomes the entire academic community with open arms to achieve a bright and successful future together.
Part of FEBUI.
Be part of FEBUI for a better future.
FEBUI, massive campus with great people and unique local food.
The growth of modern life presents problems that are increasingly complex and global in nature. To maintain our civilized society, the law system consisting of norms and penalties is needed more than ever. The Faculty of Law, one of 14 faculties at the University of Indonesia, is determined to shape competent law experts to meet the needs and to answer various legal challenges in modern Indonesia. Historically, the existence of Law Faculty of Indonesia University was preluded in 1909 by Opleiding School for Inlandse Rechtskundingen or OSVIR, which later changed its name to Red School or Law School in 2020. Then on 28 October 1924, the Dutch colonial established Rechtshoge School or Law College. This date was then commemorated as the Faculty of Law University of Indonesia's anniversary. Being the first law faculty in Indonesia, the Faculty of Law University of Indonesia embraces technology, culture, character, and morals of the Indonesian people and aims at becoming a leading law school with high competitiveness in Southeast Asia. Based on data from the World University Ranking 2020-2021, the University of Indonesia ranks first among the best university in Indonesia. Its Faculty of Law is announced the best law department in Indonesia. The Law Faculty of Indonesia University offers 4 academic programs: undergraduate, Master of Laws, Notary, and Doctor of Laws program. In collaboration with leading universities abroad, the Faculty of Law University of Indonesia offers a double degree program where graduates will get 2 degrees from 2 universities at the same period. The foreign partners of the Faculty of Law University of Indonesia include the Faculty of Law University of Indonesia provides adequate facilities and competent teaching staff to meet the international standard of education process and create good learning enthusiasm. The campus presents green atmosphere, where only 25% of the 320 hectares of area is used for academic activities, The rest provides students with urban forests, lakes, parks, and beautiful tracks. As a learning institution, the Faculty of Law University of Indonesia always encourages students to achieve excellence both nationally and internationally. The Faculty of Law University of Indonesia has provided this nation with prominent law figures and created alumni who contribute in many fields.
Dengan komitmen yang kuat terhadap visi dan misi Fakultas Hukum Universitas Indonesia, kami percaya kami mampu menjalankan peran dalam upaya memajukan peradaban bangsa dengan mencetak insan-insan yang cendekia.
More than just a law school, the Faculty of Law University of Indonesia is a tradition, a commitment to build a better Indonesia.
Hi guys, my name is Tim Radik from Germany. Welcome to my campus, Universitas Indonesia.
Hi, my name is Hwang Seon-young. I'm from Korea. I'm a student of International Undergraduate Program in Communication, Universitas Indonesia.
I study here because when I first came to Indonesia, I fell in love with this country. I was looking for a good university that offers a program in English. I got excited when I found out that Universitas Indonesia offers a joint degree undergraduate program in communication, which is held 2 years in Indonesia and 1.5 to 2 years in Australia. Why I love this idea is because it gives me the chance to live abroad and to see more of the world.
This program offers two majors, public relations and advertising. If we choose PR, we will continue our study at the University of Queensland. But if advertising is our major, we can go to either Curtin University or Deakin University.
I like the program because it's very practical. In Germany, most of the lecturers are academics or professors, but here most of the lecturers are actually practitioners, so they can share a lot about the advertising or public relations industry. Plus, they have a lot of international experiences because they have studied or worked abroad.
This program gives me a great experience. Usually in Korea, the way of teaching or learning is just one-way communication. But here, the lecturers teach me in two-way communication. I was really surprised when I had to talk to proceed the class. But I love it.
Okay, makasih Mbak.
You're welcome.
Okay, have a great day, yeah? See you. The classes are small, people take care of you well, it's very interpersonal, so actually people take care of your own problems.
I study in the class for 15 hours a week, so I have plenty of time to do many things here. Usually after the class, I go to the library. This is my favorite place in UI. It has good atmosphere for studying, relaxing, or whatever.
We have many activities on this campus. It's just like sports, music, dances. Look at the Karo dance from North Sumatra. This is one of the examples.
Here, I usually meet my friends from Korea and from other countries. It is easy to make friends with international students because in UI there are many exchange students and full-time international students like me.
Oh, hey Gita, how's it going?
It's good. Let's have lunch. Yeah, today I already got lunch, but we can do it tomorrow. How about that? I will invite you.
Okay,
Yeah?
okay.
All right?
I'll see you then, okay?
Yep, see you around. Have a good time. What I really love about Indonesia is how open the people are. It's really easy for you to make friends.
I like my Indonesian friends. They are polite and friendly. If I just study in Korea, I think I'll not have a lot of friends from other countries. It's really worthwhile. Hi guys!
Hi!
The second floor. UI is a big campus. It's about 300 hectares.
We have the yellow buses and we have the bicycles, but I personally love walking because the campus is green and the distances are quite short.
I enjoy riding a bicycle here in my break time. UI is nice campus.
Hi Mas. Oh yeah.
That's your order?
All right, thank you. How are your children? Everything good at home? Yeah?
It's fine.
All right.
Your activity today?
Yeah, everything good. I'm reading. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mas. We talk later, okay? I will eat food.
With chili or?
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Just enjoy your meal.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I love eating in this place, and actually the food is really good. This is my favorite, soto ayam. But what I like even more about this campus is that I can talk with the employees, I can talk with everybody who is sitting here. They are also open. I can have a chit chat with everybody. It's really nice.
After graduating from this program, I'll get 2 bachelor degrees from UI and from Australia University. Moreover, I also have experience communicating with Indonesian people and other nationalities. So I think it's worth for my intercultural communication skill. So I believe I'll have better opportunity to get a good job than those who don't get international exposure.
I want to have a career in Asia. I want to help local people and foreign people to cooperate and to work together effectively. And to do that, I want to open a global consultancy, and this program helps me to do just that perfectly.
I think I'm so lucky to be here.
So what do you guys think? Come and join us in this beautiful campus.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 16th APRU Multi-Hazard Symposium 2021, Building Partnership for Sustainable Disaster Risk Reduction for All Hazards. This event is sponsored by PT Petronesia Benimel and PT Teman Setia Mandiri. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and let me announce that the next session in today's event will be parallel sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the breakout room of your choice accordingly. As mentioned in the previous event before the break, the room assistants shall help you enter the breakout rooms. We would like to remind the participants, for presentations, please enter room 1 to 16 respectively of your chosen topics. You may view which topic takes place in which room by referring to the program book. I repeat, you may view which topic takes place in which room by referring to the program book. If you are facing any difficulties, please contact a room assistant that will immediately help you enter the breakout rooms. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the parallel sessions.
Ini aja.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Welcome back for a presentation. For all participants can join the breakout room. There are 16 breakout rooms for first session. So you can choose. Tes. Udah? Udah masuk. Oke. Yes. Pakai mic mana ini? Halo, tes. Masuk. Oh ya, sorry. Sorry, yes, listen question. For the breakout room, you can choose in the below in your menu of Zoom. You can see breakout rooms. So you can choose the breakout room you want to join. For room assistant room, Mrs. Amalia and Mr. Roy, can you help me? Okay. Mrs. Elizabeth, I will.
Ya, Mbak.
There are Mr. Fajar in here. Okay, for Mrs. Elizabeth, I will allow you join in room 4. Elizabeth. For Mrs. or Mr. Ranjani, you iya. Tapi tetap terkena. Hello.
Hello? Okay. Sorry for the mistake, for the technical. So, for Ranjini, I will allow you in room 8. Ranjini. For room assistant, Mr. Roy and Mrs. Amalia, can you help me for allow all participants to join our breakout room? There are 16 breakout rooms, so you can.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I'm still assigning a participant to the breakout rooms.
Okay, this is Mr. Fajar. Right now. Ranjini. Ranjini, I allow you in room 8. Okay, happy. I won't join the room also, but any role for that or just enter. You can just enter the breakout room freely, so you can join breakout room 1 or 2 or 3 as one you want. Please switch. Hi. Maybe I will present. For Haitullah. Mr. Haitullah, you want to join which room? I'm sorry because the chat room is so much right now. Jenny Forrest, I will allow you to room 13. Anyone need some assistance for join the breakout room for now? Because the first session is already start. Yes, with all the participants free to join the room. So you can choose the breakout room 1 or 2 or 3 or 16 to see the first session oral presentation. Hello? Udah. Okay. Yes, Mrs. Rosie. Mrs. Rosie Yuliani, can I help you? For presenter in the second session and third session can join the breakout room for now, or you can join the other breakout room to see your colleague. So you can freely join the breakout room. Okay, Mr. Samuel, I will allow you in room 7. Samuel. Poster presentation can join breakout room, or you can stay in main room because for the schedule for 1 until 4 p.m. Jakarta time is an oral presentation. Literally is a parallelization. So in the main room is free. There are no schedule again in main room, all scheduled in the breakout room 1 until 16. Of course, wait. Oh, boleh. Mr. or Mrs. Ludik, which one topic you want to join? There are topic engineering and NATE, natural technology hazard, business continuity, pandemics and public health issues, and then sorry, disaster mitigation, emergency and crisis management, social science perspective in disaster, statistical and modeling tools for disaster management, community empowerment for DRR, and communication, media and communication. Info in fire hazard. Can you specific for the title abstract, Mr. or Mrs. Lude? Okay, Prof. Joko, I will allow you to break out room 11. So, mana ya? Prof. Joko still in main room or not?
Hello, which room for the discussion regarding fire and safety management? Which room that so that I can join?
Can you repeat it, Sir?
Yeah, I would like to join the room that discussing or talking regarding fire and safety management. Related with that, it's okay.
It's a title abstract.
Okay.
Can you texting me in chat box for the title abstract so I can allow you to specific breakout room.
Okay, actually I have chat in the box, but it's okay. I will repeat. Yes, I have chat already in the box. Hello.
Mr. Roy, Mr. Fajar, and Mrs. Amalia can back up me for answering the question from participant. You can enjoy repeat by chat box or by voice.
Alright,
Okay,
Mbak.
Mr. Fajar and Mrs. Amalia and Mr. Roy. So please assistant our participant to allow the breakout room that they want. Because there are many questions in the chat box, so please help them, and they can join the specific breakout room they want. Thank you.
May I reply to the name under the name Samudra present? The meta ID of 576 is currently registered for poster presentation.
Eka Prasetya, you can join to breakout room number 9.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lude, you can join room number 10.
Hello everyone. Is anyone here need a help to be put in the breakout room? Or everyone is fine?
Aji Sakti, you can join to breakout room number 10, Pak Aji, for crisis management. If anyone that need the assistance to access the breakout room, just let us know. Pak Syed Jafar. The topic in room number 13 is social science perspective in disasters. Social science perspective in disaster.
Halo, selamat siang. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ya, ya, mohon maaf, saya mau ke room 6 untuk nanti jam 2 bersiap. Setelah itu saya ke room 9. Bagaimana? Sabarina.
Sabarina.
Ya, yang room 6 itu saya presentasi di topik 3.
Bu Sabarina ke room 6 ya, Bu?
Iya, betul.
Oh, Oke, kita assign sekarang ya, Bu.
Boleh, nanti saya dari room 6 ke room 9-nya gimana?
Nanti boleh Ibu balik dulu aja lagi ke main room, nanti kita assign.
Oke. Ya, baik.
Saya
Makasih.
assign ke room 6 sekarang ya, Bu.
Ya, baik. Makasih.
Ya, makasih Ibu Sabarina. Gimana, Bu?
This is Indonesia, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
Bersama, kami berikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan pencapaian lain sesuai bidang ilmu. Dari UI, untuk Indonesia yang toleran, unggul, dan bermartabat.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. Since our beginnings, Universitas Indonesia has been continually evolving and building upon our achievements. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Indonesia and also Asia. Here at Universitas Indonesia, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Indonesia provides world-class learning facilities. We implement state-of-the-art technology for research and industrial development. Our campus is accessible to all, also to the disabled. This is our commitment for realizing an inclusive educational environment. Universitas Indonesia is fully supported by environmentally friendly transportation and sustainable energy systems. We take pride in being a green and sustainable campus. Universitas Indonesia partners with relevant stakeholders to facilitate and provide ease of comfort for day-to-day activities for all our academic community. We recognize that each individual is unique, with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Indonesia provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia. Unity in diversity. Universitas Indonesia. Veritas, Probitas, Justisia.
For thousands of years, people have cherished the many wonders of these enchanted islands, inspiring histories of the land below the wind. Astounding relics from prehistoric times are testament to the wondrous age-old cultures. Here, fascinating indigenous folkways live through the test of time, emphasizing the resilience of local creativity and vigor. Magnificent divine temples adorn the landscape, as if forming an exhibition of pervasive spirituality. Religion has always been the cornerstone of life since ancient times. Indigenous wisdoms are traditionally practiced in pursuance of living in harmony with nature, filling the hearts of both hosts and visitors. Funeral rites is a festivity, as much as it is a celebration of life, an occasion to gather family members from all over the world. Rich architectural heritage, shaped by diverse cultural, historical, and geographical influences. Recognized as one of Indonesia's true national treasures. Today's legacy of art and craft continues to enrich the culture, playing a significant role in the daily and ceremonial life of the people. Adapting wonderful traditional art form to modern times, resulting in popular tourist attraction. Keeping remarkable folk artistic expression alive. As they are embodiment of the locals' way of life. Astounding cultural and historical diversity, where various cultures have crossed paths for many centuries. Impressive variety of numerous ethnic groups. An interwoven history of Indonesia's beautiful diversity. Cultural history unfolds in the landscape. Wonderful Indonesia.
I just arrived and now let's go and have a look. It takes months to make ulos. Let's take a picture.
beautiful house. We are gonna go inside now and check it out. This is the famous toe dance. Hi. Let's take a picture. I'm so happy to show you all of this. This scenery, look at this view. Oh, there goes my food. I'm having some traditional food here and look at it, guys. It looks amazing. It smells delicious. Look at the stunning Holborn Hills. Wow. Let's make a selfie. The fact is, Danau Toba is the biggest caldera lake in the world. So it needs more than just a day to travel here. You have to prove it and see for yourself. Here I am, Labuan Bajo!
Hey, I'm in Padar now. This is stunning. Look at this view. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Hey guys, here we are, Komodo National Park.
Greetings everyone! Welcome aboard in this amazing journey. It is a pleasure for us to have you all here today. Allow me to take you on an expedition into the life of a medical student of the international class of the best medical faculty in Indonesia, the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. Arriving at the first year of your study, you will meet lots of new friends, those who will turn into family and accompany you throughout your entire journey. You will also go through a variety of subjects that serves as the foundation for the more complex medical subjects coming up ahead. The Faculty of Medicine Universitas Indonesia doesn't just equip you with the knowledge and skills to become a doctor, but also offers a collection of platforms for students to develop themselves holistically, starting from organizational programs, sports activities, and also artistic skills. Coming into the second and third years, students will be given the opportunity to develop their clinical skills. During this time, students will undergo the basic clinical skills class, where they will be taught on how to perform clinical procedures necessary for a medical doctor later on. In the fourth year, students of the international class program will depart for the research year. As a part of their double degree program, students can choose to study in one of our partner universities, which are Newcastle University, University of Melbourne, and Monash University. As students come back home from their respective universities abroad, they will then enter co-assistant life and go through clinical rotations. Here, students will use all the knowledge and competencies that they have gained throughout their preclinical and research years into practice. Students will practice their skills in various hospitals such as Rumah Sakit Cipto Mangunkusumo and Rumah Sakit Universitas Indonesia during the last 2 years of their medical school journey. At last, the students have reached their final destination. After embarking on a long journey, students have now completed all the necessary courses and will then become a medical doctor.
APRU is moving into a new phase of its life. We're providing new opportunities for students and faculty to shape this future, and we're targeting what really matters, like climate change, inequality, and racism. To make sure we connect, at our home base in Hong Kong, we've just opened the International University Centre at Cyberport. Members and partners are welcome to share our modern, flexible workspace in this innovative IT hub. To connect to the life science innovation community, we also have a satellite office at the Science and Technology Park. Now let's take a look at what we've achieved and some exciting new initiatives.
Being a member of APRU provides an opportunity to collectively harness our international ties to support students and advance commonly held best practices, just like the APRU Global Health Conference in October 2020.
And when meeting physically is not feasible, APRU remains agile to connect members and different partners. APRU has partnered with Google and the UNESCAP on the AI for Social Good project.
All in all, we've had a total of 52 activities in the past year, sharing insights from 290 experts and scholars, connecting with 9,330 attendants from 53 economies across the Pacific Rim and beyond, and setting our highest record.
APRU also remains committed to supporting its students and leaders through what has been an extremely challenging time. For example, toward the end of this past year, we hosted the Asia Pacific Women in Leadership Mentoring Program. We have also further developed our virtual student exchange program. This innovative initiative provides students with opportunities to experience rich cultural immersion.
We also held the inaugural Metagame conference at Cyberport, Hong Kong last December, Quarantune's student music competition, and the virtual global health case competition. Until now, we have produced over 11,000 hours of content which garnered more than 7,000 students across 20 economies coming from 47 universities.
During the past year, APRU has extended its reach and public awareness of its activities through a variety of media coverage, totaling more than 490 news stories, reaching 500 million unique readers per month. APRU has also seen over 4 million social media impressions.
The biggest value of APRU lies in being the ultimate super connector for all our members and providing a neutral platform for global solutions in a diverse region.
Last, but certainly not least, we aim to build interdisciplinary platforms for collaboration on emerging global issues. We know partnerships across borders and sectors are essential to solving some of our most pressing challenges. Thank you very much for your support in such an unusual year. Let's keep up the good work and continue to shape the future together.
Aloha.
Segala sesuatu yang diawali dengan senyuman akan menghasilkan berbagai senyuman. Lahirnya pendidikan psikologi di Indonesia diawali oleh pidato ilmiah Profesor Dr. Slamet Iman Santoso dalam pengukuhannya sebagai Guru Besar Universitas Indonesia pada Dies Natalis Universitas Indonesia pada tahun 1952. Dalam pidato tersebut, beliau antara lain mengemukakan pentingnya penggunaan pemeriksaan psikologis untuk menemukanali the right man on the right place. Psikologi UI merupakan fakultas psikologi pertama dan terdepan di Indonesia dan selalu menjadi tempat konsultasi bagi fakultas psikologi dari universitas lain. Bahkan seringkali membidani lahirnya fakultas psikologi di universitas lain. Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Indonesia memiliki 3 program studi. Program studi ilmu psikologi yang memiliki 3 jenjang pendidikan, yaitu program sarjana, program magister, dan program doktor. Program sarjana terbagi dalam program sarjana reguler, paralel, dan kelas internasional. Program studi psikologi profesi yang memiliki 1 jenjang pendidikan, yaitu program magister. Program studi psikologi terapan yang memiliki 1 jenjang pendidikan, yaitu program magister. Unit akademik penunjang pada Fakultas Psikologi UI antara lain Pusat Krisis, Pusat Kajian Politik, Klinik Terpadu, Taman Pengembangan Anak Makara. Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Indonesia memiliki beberapa unit usaha, yaitu LPSP 3, Lembaga Pengembangan Sarana Pengukuran dan Pendidikan Psikologi. Merupakan lembaga terpercaya yang mengembangkan alat tes psikologis, buku-buku teks, dan bahan buku ajar. LPT UI, Lembaga Psikologi Terapan Universitas Indonesia, adalah pilihan yang tepat di saat organisasi membutuhkan rekan handal untuk menemukanali talenta individu, mengoptimalkan sinergi kelompok, serta menyiapkan organisasi untuk dapat menjadi pendorong kinerja, baik secara individual maupun secara keseluruhan. K-Talenta merupakan wadah bagi sivitas akademika Fakultas Psikologi UI untuk menerapkan keahlian psikologisnya di masyarakat.
APRU is moving into a new phase of its life. We're providing new opportunities for students and faculty to shape this future, and we're targeting what really matters, like climate change, inequality, and racism. To make sure we connect, at our home base in Hong Kong,
Segala sesuatu yang diawali dengan senyuman akan menghasilkan berbagai senyuman. Lahirnya pendidikan psikologi di Indonesia diawali oleh pidato ilmiah Profesor Dr. Slamet Iman Santoso dalam pengukuhannya sebagai Guru Besar Universitas Indonesia pada Dies Natalis Universitas Indonesia pada tahun 1952. Dalam pidato tersebut, beliau antara lain mengemukakan pentingnya penggunaan pemeriksaan psikologis untuk menemukanali the right man on the right place. Psikologi UI merupakan fakultas psikologi pertama dan terdepan di Indonesia dan selalu menjadi tempat konsultasi bagi fakultas psikologi dari universitas lain. Bahkan seringkali membidani lahirnya fakultas psikologi di universitas lain. Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Indonesia memiliki 3 program studi. Program studi ilmu psikologi yang memiliki 3 jenjang pendidikan, yaitu program sarjana, program magister, dan program doktor. Program sarjana terbagi dalam program sarjana reguler, paralel, dan kelas internasional. Program studi psikologi profesi yang memiliki 1 jenjang pendidikan, yaitu program magister. Program studi psikologi terapan yang memiliki 1 jenjang pendidikan, yaitu program magister. Unit akademik penunjang pada Fakultas Psikologi UI antara lain Pusat Krisis, Pusat Kajian Politik, Klinik Terpadu, Taman Pengembangan Anak Makara. Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Indonesia memiliki beberapa unit usaha, yaitu LPSP 3, Lembaga Pengembangan Sarana Pengukuran dan Pendidikan Psikologi. Merupakan lembaga terpercaya yang mengembangkan alat tes psikologis, buku-buku teks, dan bahan buku ajar. LPT UI, Lembaga Psikologi Terapan Universitas Indonesia, adalah pilihan yang tepat di saat organisasi membutuhkan rekan handal untuk menemukanali talenta individu, mengoptimalkan sinergi kelompok, serta menyiapkan organisasi untuk dapat menjadi pendorong kinerja, baik secara individual maupun secara keseluruhan. K-Talenta merupakan wadah bagi Sivitas Akademika Fakultas Psikologi UI untuk menerapkan keahlian psikologisnya di masyarakat. Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Indonesia juga memberikan berbagai macam fasilitas serta sarana untuk lebih memberikan warna bagi kehidupan kampus. Be the right man on the right place.
Today's challenges are too big and too complex to solve alone. No one person can cure cancer. No one country can clean up our oceans. And no one leader can end inequality. But when we work together, there's no end to what we can accomplish. We need to create opportunities for
Hello
bright
everyone in
minds
the
to come
main
together
room.
and
If you
inspire
unmute
each other.
our
To bring
assistant, please
together
let me
diverse
ask.
insights and leading innovation to craft the new solutions we need for the socioeconomic and environmental challenges we face. And to make sure our leading institutions have a voice in shaping a sustainable and inclusive future. That's the ambition of the Association of Pacific Rim Universities, to be that voice of knowledge and innovation for Asia Pacific and the world. We connect the leading universities of the Pacific Rim and enable them to work together to address our society's biggest concerns. We foster engagement with government, leading to better policy. We cultivate links with enterprise, growing the impact of research. We are agents of change. We challenge assumptions. We bridge cultural divides. We bring new thinking.
Hello, Ms.
to
Dewi
big
Sartika.
issues. We are the voice of knowledge and innovation for Asia Pacific and the world.
For thousands of years, people
APRU, if you are going to disaster management, you can join in room number 10.
Room number 10. How to join to room number 10?
Yeah, I can send you to room number 10 if you are okay for the topic of room fair disaster management.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Miss Lily Salim. We will send you to the room number 8. Mr. Boy Hidayat, are you still in main room? Mr. Boy Hidayat? Mr. Dadang Harisudin? Can we help you? Mr. Dadang Harisudin? Miss Diah Nursita? Correct, Mr. Masyek. We will send you to room number 11. Mr. Gilang Ramadan, are you still in the main room? Hello, Mr. Gilang. Profesor Dwiana. Mr. Gilang, do you have any topic that you want to join in for the breakout room? If you have any topic that you are interested, please let us know so we can help you to join the breakout room. Mr. Nesa Agustin, if you are still in the main room, please let us know if you need any help. If you are going to choose by yourself, you can choose the breakout room and join any room that you are interested in. But if you have any topics that you have in the main, you can also tell us so we can assign the room. Oh, sorry, Mr. Golang. Okay. Alright, Miss Dewi, we will assign you to room number 7. Alright, Mr. Nesha, we will assign you to number 3. Okay, Miss Yati.
Stand firm, please.
can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can.
You need help, ma'am?
I can get in room 12. Please help me.
Can you tell me your name? Account name?
12.
Miss Yati, right?
Yes.
I already sent you
I'm
to
doing
the
myself.
room number 12 several times, but you cannot. Can you rejoin the Zoom? Maybe there's trouble in your signal.
I think my signal is okay.
I will try it again.
Oh yes, please help me.
Still cannot, Miss Yati.
No, I'm still in the main room.
Let me X other.
It is wrong, I think, because I think my signal is okay, and I tried to off cam, and then still not join.
But you are still in main room. Oh, what happened?
I don't know. I'm co-chair in there.
No. Okay, let me call the another person.
Maybe I try to join another room.
Alright, I will try it in the another room. Please come back to main room after that, Miss.
Yeah. I just try it. Oh, cannot for the 11, and then I try in room 9. Still not work.
Wow, it's still not working.
6. Maybe I want to left.
I think that.
Yeah, it's not work for me.
I think you need to leave the Zoom first and come back after that.
Yeah, I want to leave the Zoom and then get in again.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you very much, Miss Yati.
Yeah. So I come back again and then try to get room 12.
I'm still here, man.
Hello.
Hello, Neng. Bukan, saya lagi ada acara. Hello?
Yes, Miss Yati. I'm still trying to call my friend to explain the process.
Halo?
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 Ya.
Saya selanjutnya akan sharing di room 9, sesi 3. Room 9, sesi 3, bisa saya dipindah ke sana atau saya ke sana?
Bisa langsung klik aja Bu, atau maaf ya Bu, nama akun Zoom-nya apa ya?
Sebentar, saya kliknya di mana nih?
Kalau kliknya ada di pojok kiri atas, ada yang kotak 4.
Pojok kiri atas, kotak 4.
Ada pilihan breakout room, itu bisa diklik aja.
Oh, breakout room.
Iya.
Breakout room. Oke.
Ibu bisa langsung memilih sendiri kalau lewat situ.
Baik. Saya jadi ke room 9 ya, room 9 ya. Baik, terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih kembali Ibu.
Oh, room 9 banyak juga.
Semua room. All room I didn't come. Why?
Ya, kita juga masih mencari tahu itu Bu Yati untuk apa alasannya kenapa tidak bisa dimasukkan.
Oh my god. I think maybe full. That's the room.
Kalau karena full, ada beberapa yang masih lumayan kosong. Tadi saya cobain masukin Ibu ke room tersebut juga nggak masuk maksudnya Ibu.
Ya.
Iya,
I'm co-chair in there. Oh my god.
Ini saya mohon izin, mohon bantuan. Saya nggak bisa masuk tuh ke room 9.
Ibu nama akunnya siapa Bu?
Nama saya Sabarina.
Prof Rina sama saya nih Prof.
Aduh.
Nggak bisa ya. Ini mesti jadi co-chair nanti, mesti jadi chair nanti. Di barusan presentasi.
Saya co-chair nih Prof.
Oh, di ruang berapa?
Di room 12 nggak bisa masuk. Di room lain pun tak masuk.
Ya ini lagi ada gangguan Bu dengan Zoom-nya kayaknya Bu.
Ada masalah?
Iya, nggak bisa assign juga. Tadi sebelumnya kita bisa assign.
Benar, saya tadi udah assign.
Tadi saya sudah masuk, cuman karena suara tidak terdengar, saya keluar, nggak bisa masuk lagi.
Yeah, I can join the breakout room ya, betul.
Jadi kita di main room ya, Prof. Rina ya?
Iya, betul. Padahal mesti jadi chair nih katanya 15 menit sebelum.
Bagaimana?
I cannot join.
Alright everyone, our IT currently is checking what's the problem, so we are sorry, please wait in the main room for the meantime.
the presenter and chair or co-chair cannot join the room.
the
Recording in
course
progress.
of the human and computer interactions. The result is the exams conditions is the students is locked in SEB.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Pak Zafri, ditunggu di room 2. Halo Pak Zafri.
Ya, tadi masuk nggak bisa terus.
Udah sekarang udah bisa, coba. Coba. Bapak Ibu yang belum bisa join nanti sedang proses. Ya.
Belum bisa masuk juga saya.
Belum bisa ya?
Belum.
Ya, Prof. Masih belum bisa semua.
Pilih breakout room 2, Pak Zafri.
Belum bisa.
Dari kita
Dari
juga
tadi nyoba belum bisa ya.
Iya, dari co-host juga coba di-assign lagi nggak bisa, Prof.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, there are some technical errors, so we still find out the way to resolve this. So we will close all rooms and everyone back to the main room, and then we can recreate the breakout room, and then everyone can rejoining to their breakout rooms. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Recording stopped.
Hello everyone. I think we've got a problem here. So we will close all the session and then everyone is expected to rejoining again. Siapa yang nutup nih? Sorry. Thank you for your understanding. Now the breakout room has been recreated. So please go to the designated room back, your room. Can you do that? Are you able to join the breakout room?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ratna. We will join that.
So everyone, please rejoining to your breakout rooms. If any problems, please let us know.
Oh Fatma, kok saya di session 3 tiba-tiba off ya?
Izin host minta jadi co-host.
Ya.
Nge-record.
Dear all, maaf Bapak Ibu. Jadi tadi ada
Prof,
gangguan teknis. Jadi host harus end Zoom dan kita rejoining lagi. My apologize for the technical difficulties. Now we already resolved the problems. So everyone will be assigned into their designated or they can rejoining into the breakout room that previously has been joined. So please back to your room if you are able to do that by yourself. Or if you need help, please let us know. In order to speed up the movement to the breakout room, please rename yourself as your role. For example, for RA, so you need to rename RA, or if you are chair, please rename yourself chairs or presenter. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, Mika. You may directly join by clicking the join.
Halo, banyak yang disconnect ya?
Yes, please rejoining again into your previous breakout room. My apologize to this technical errors. Excuse me, Pak Wiko. Which room are you supposed to be present?
Recording in progress.
excuse me, Wiko. Which room are you supposed to be joining?
Pak Wiko, this is the main room, Pak Wiko. So you can
Yeah,
go to
we are in the main
breaking
room
room
now.
number 14.
Yeah, Pak Wiko, could you please
Could you
move
please
to
like down
join
the
room 4?
presentation?
Yeah. Could you please stop share screen, Pak Wiko, and please go back to your breakout room. Thank you so much. Do you need help for joining to other room? Anastasia, do you need a help? Pak Wiko, do you need a help? Which room are you joining before? This is the main room. Pak Wiko. Dah.
Pak Dadang Harisudin, Bu Dia Widya Stuti, please join your breakout room. Pak Jimmy Indro, Raffi Roni, please join to breakout room. Or if you cannot access your breakout room, just let us know your room number.
Bu
So that you
Bian,
can sign your.
perlu bantuan?
Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Ya, perlu bantuan Bu Bian?
Ya, ini mohon maaf baru selesai ngajar ya, baru join.
Oh ya, Bu Bian mau join breakout room berapa?
4, sorry.
4.
Bu Bian ke breakout 4. Oke, Bu.
Wah, Roy lagi itu ya, bertugas.
Iya, Bu.
Udah Mas, udah pindah belum Bu Dian?
Sudah di breakout 4.
Oh ya, oke. Bu Rosi, mau pindah kemana Bu Rosi? Halo Bu Rosi. Bu Anastasia, kamu mau ke breakout room berapa? Pak Dadang Harisudin, mau ke breakout room berapa? Ibu
Saya
Agustina. Ya?
Breakout 9, Prof. Izin.
Siap. Ini dengan?
Muhtarudin.
Pak Mutir breakout room 9. Iya, maaf ya, Prof. Tadi ada masalah. Iya, tadi kita ada masalah, jadi kita ulang, restart. Muhtarudin breakout berapa, Prof? Oh, udah. Mau Mulyadi Wijaya, mau join ke breakout room berapa? Kinlay Sri iPhone, would you like to join which room? Rolly Palat, would you like to join which room?
Room 2, please.
Rolly Palat, room 2?
Yeah, please.
Rolly Palat, room 2.
Kayaknya udah.
Kok aku jadi nggak bisa minum?
Udah, Prof.
Bu Rosi mau join di breakout room berapa? Ika Sari mau join di room berapa? Nur Rismawati mau join di room berapa? Kinlay Sri, which room are you going to join?
Ibu Ika Sari.
Ya.
Iya, sudah join ya ke mau di room berapa?
Gimana?
Udah join breakout ya, Bu?
Bu Ika Sari mau join di breakout room berapa?
Udah nggak ada di saya. Udah join ya?
Udah.
Ibu Rosi Yuliani. Sign ke room berapa, Bu? Pak Boni Septian. Sudah. Pak Raffi Roni. Pak Lutfi Makfiro. Bu Dia Widya Stuti. Mau di-assign ke room berapa?
Halo, Prof. Fatma, sorry tadi habis sholat. Saya di room 3 aja, Prof. Minta tolong.
Sudah.
Oke, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Ibu Dia mau join di breakout room berapa? Mbak Dini mau join di breakout room berapa? Bu Rahma mau join di breakout room berapa? Pak Donis mau join di breakout room berapa?
Mas, saya bisa minta dibantu ke 15, Prof. Fatma, kayaknya Zoom internetnya lagi error ya. Saya pakai HP nih, dari tadi saya mental terus, nggak bisa presentasi.
Ya, sudah di 15.
Makasih.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Hello, Mr. Kin Lei Sui. Would you like to join any breakout rooms?
Yeah, yes. Room number 1. I'm joining to the room number 1, right? Correct?
Group number 1, I see.
Yeah.
We will help you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Udah semua kayaknya.
Hello, Mr. or Miss Tuki Yat. Would you like us to put you in any breakout rooms?
Pak
I'm
Raffi,
sorry,
can you help
I
me to
at room 7. I'm sorry.
Break room 7.
Yes.
Got it. We will assign you to room 7. Thank you very much.
Pak Raffi, can you take me as a co-host because I'm a room assistant in room 2.
Sudah Bu, langsung balik aja.
Oke.
Mbak Lesi sudah, Mbak Hafiza sudah, coba dicek.
Hello, Miss Maria A. Audrey. Would you like us to put you in any breakout rooms? Hello, Mr. Eka Prasetya. Would you like us to put you in any breakout rooms? Hello, Mr. or Miss Evaristo Nino Ticando. Would you like us to put you in any breakout rooms?
Iya, ada, Mbak.
Terima kasih, Mbak. Oke, siap, Mbak. Halo, Mr. Tagar.
Mas Raffi bisa masukin ke room 15 ya? Ini yang ngeluarin siapa lagi nih?
Baik, Ibu. Bentar.
Ada yang ngeluarin aku masukin ke room 15, padahal aku ada di room 15, Mas Raffi. Makasih Mas Raffi ya. Bisa dibantu masuk ke room 15.
Oke. Dengan Ibu siapa, Ma?
Saya Rahma.
Iya, siap.
My name is Rahma.
Di room 15.
Mas Raffi, Mbak Tasya, Mbak Ulan, room 15 bisa kah? Halo? Could you, I would like to room 15. 15. I cannot go to break out room 15 because I use a mobile phone. Mas Raffi, would you like to help me please?
Nama Ibu tidak di main room, lagi sedang dicari, Bu.
Sama Pak Edo, Mas. Sama Pak Edo, saya di room 15 tadi udah gabung. Terus ada yang mindahin saya ke room 16. Saya tak cari dulu ya. Pak Edo room berapa ya Pak Edo ya? Tadi saya udah gabung sama Pak 15 kan ya? Iya, saya di roomnya, saya tadi udah gabung sama Pak Edo, tiba-tiba ada memindahkan saya ke room 16.
Tapi namanya kok ada di main room.
Sekarang saya pindah ke main room lagi.
Ibu namanya Rahma Hanifah bukan?
Rahma Fitriati. Saya dengan Pak Edo.
Saya masukkan ke room 15. Room berapa Ibu maaf tadi?
15, Mbak. Saya pakai handphone, jadi saya nggak bisa pindah sendiri.
Nama Ibu sudah di room 15 Ibu, gimana caranya?
Nama saya udah di room 15.
Iya. Tadi Ibu harus keluar dulu terus masuk lagi ke
main room dulu.
Tadi
ini lagi nanti kita masukkan lagi.
Jadi saya live dulu dari sini saya live dulu. Kok mau bergabung di room 16? Saya kok suruh masuk ke room 16 sih?
Ya, soalnya nama Ibu di room 15 kalau di sistem.
Halo, jadi saya live dulu ya?
Ya, live dulu terus mohon balik lagi ke room sini nanti kita send lagi.
Mbak, aku mau tanya deh Mbak, aku nih ada di room 15, aku ada di room 16, sama satu lagi aku ada di room, di room 2. Ini gimana cara baginya ya Mbak ya?
Beda-beda kan ya?
Aku memang presentasi di 12 paper dari jam 1 bolak-balik. Tapi bersamaan jam 3 ini aku ada di room 2, room 15 dan room 16. Baginya gimana jadinya ya? Jadi saya keluar masuk aja ya kalau gitu ya. Oke, berarti saya keluar dulu, nanti saya masuk lagi ya. Saya coba pakai laptop deh kalau gitu. Makasih ya Mbak. Mari.